Welcome to the Lapin Lounge. Today's guest, Ruby Rain. Would you say that it's more that you are just loud or actually an extrovert? Because there is a difference.
I'm an intro. I'm very good. I think what people don't see is that when they think of introvert, they think of someone who can't have conversations, right? But
Right.
really, you can be an introvert that is good in conversations, but gets drained extremely fast.
Yeah.
And I have a very small social battery. So like 30 minutes, I'm done. Not
Mm-hmm.
really. It depends the scenario, but um, like when I started for work, I was exhausting myself every day because I was constantly around people for 8 hours straight every day of the week. So it's like, while I'm good at conversation and it might seem weird that I'm an introvert, I prefer my alone time. I prefer, not to always be surrounded by people. So I'm a heavy introvert with being able to do like the extroverted things, but just kind of happen out early. Like I don't like parties. I don't like all of those things. So
Yeah. I feel like that makes sense because
mhm.
the traditional roles of extrovert and introvert and all that, it's really a little bit more complicated than that. And I don't
Oh
think
yeah.
a lot of people really see it that way. But it's not really just one or the other because the social battery exists on extroverted people too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not talked about as much. And it's naturally a little bit larger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Completely. It's just I think a lot of people don't understand that because you're completely right. It's only looked at introvert don't like talking to people, and then extrovert likes talking to people. But
Yeah.
it is. It, I've seen some extroverts that are like, well, that's not really my thing. Like, and I've seen introverts like myself be like, hey, I enjoy talking to people, but I can't do it for long, depending on the person. So,
I think in my case, it's more like I like being able to pick the very specific situation in which I talk to people. But if it's outside of that, then I don't want to most of the time. So,
yeah.
for example, if I were to want to talk to a bunch of people, I would have to set up something like a podcast or like a show in order to get like an excuse to talk to people instead of just naturally asking to talk to people, you know?
Yeah. Uh,
I don't know
it's,
anybody like that, but just
yeah.
as an example of how I would get to talk to people, you know?
Yeah. Theoretically.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, I get that. For me, it's like, I think that's an amazing point that people don't ever talk about. It's like, I say, I feel bad for this because it happens to me a lot where I'm like, I drop plans with one person because I have no social battery left, and then I go talk to another group. But I think uh, there are people that I've hit this point where I'm extremely comfortable to you with you. You don't exhaust my social battery. But then
Yeah.
there's other people where I'm like, I feel the need to where I have to expend energy talking to you. So when I don't have the social battery or the energy to do that, I can't talk to them. And in fact, uh, I get completely turned away from usually even texting a person. It's a bad habit, but when you're constantly overworking yourself, you have your group that you can talk to that you always fall back on,
Hmm.
and then you kind of let other things fall to the side. As sad as that is, I don't mean to be a bad person or offensive with that in any means. It's just, hey, I'm tired a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Honestly, though, having to ration out your time does make it makes it a lot more important to figure out what it is that you want to do. Cause, like, even if you can think of somebody, like, obviously you don't have to name anybody, but if you can think of somebody where it feels like when you talk to them that you know a bunch of time is going to pass, but it's not going to feel like anything significant happened,
mhm.
then it's like either that or you go with like the low power people, or if you're already tired, like that's the other thing. If I'm already tired, I don't want to talk to anybody. And
Oh yeah.
so it's just like picking and choosing. I kind of get what you mean with
Hmm.
whether or not somebody feels like that, because it can just feel like that with some people who go like a mile a minute with what they're saying, or like just actually, you know what it is? If somebody complains a lot, then I can't really handle that. Like
Yeah.
that's a big social battery drainer, because you have to like sit there and watch them, you know, ring out their entire lives on you and like not let you say anything, and
Oh
that can be
God.
exhausting. So
Yeah. And especially for me as a logical person, right? I'm sitting there.
you
This
want
is
to
why
solve it.
yeah, I typically don't like. I enjoy listening to people. Like, I will listen to your problems. I'm not sitting here telling you I'm a bad friend.
Mhm.
Like, I won't, right? But if you tell me your problems, expect for me to be like, okay, well, this is a way that I was able to like. I'm not like, hey, this will work, but I try to give people small things that they can do to feel better, or if they're in a situation, and then people will just hit you with the, I didn't want you to solve my problems. I
Yeah,
just wanted you
no.
to listen. And
If
I'm
you're
like,
with some if you're talking to somebody like that, it's like it feels so annoying, because it's like, no, I was honestly just making conversation. Like I figured if you were going to tell me something, that you wanted me to say something back.
mhm.
Otherwise you wouldn't have, you know, you wouldn't have put that forth. It makes so much more sense to be able to like offer some kind of advice or some kind of response, other than, you know what, that does suck. Say more.
Yeah, exactly. I asked you before we did this a couple days. I think when we were first planning it, I was like, do you mind if I go a bit deeper on this? Because I enjoy like, I feel like you have to have a level of like, how do you say this, genuinity, or you have to be
Uh,
genuine to a point,
oh, I forgot the word
when you're
too.
talking about those things, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, you are being vulnerable, and you are going through this tough time, and I have gone through this tough time. Okay, let me sit here and be like, hey, this might not work for you, but this works for me. But then you just sit there and you're like, oh, I didn't want you to actually help solve my problems. It just confuses me. I'm like, well, I'm
Yeah.
not. I and this is going to sound cruel because not everyone can afford a therapist, and I understand. And I do think therapy is good to try, but also your friends are not your punching bags.
Don't make your friends do it for free.
Yeah.
That's what
If you're
I
not going
would
to
honestly
if you're
say.
going to complain, yeah, if you're going to complain and you're not going to try and solve a problem, uh, and there are some problems you can't solve, right? And I'm not, but if it's something like, uh, and someone's giving you like, hey, I feel you, I understand you, I hear you. This is how I like got got through this. Maybe it will work for you. I don't think you should be then disrespectful and say, oh, actually, I don't want your help.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you here? You know?
Yeah. Honestly, if it's somebody like that, then it's, I don't know, if they're at that point of being hurt with that situation, then they're not really doing the right thing by, because I
Mm-hmm.
mean, okay, yes, people process different things differently, but if you feel like somebody's attempt at helping is trying to hurt you somehow, then you gotta talk to somebody else.
Yeah,
It's
and
just not gonna work.
I think there are two avenues here. There's the whole thing where it's like, it's just, I think you need to establish, like, if you don't want help, it's like, hey man, I'm having a rough time. I just need to tell somebody this.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm not going to offer a problem there, but that needs to be like, I do not pick up on social cues. I am a person who tries to help wherever I can, to honestly my own uh like destruction at some point. But it's like, if you don't tell me that, hey, I just want to rant because I need to, and then I'll feel better. I don't won't necessarily do that. So I think there's two parts of that where it's like, hey, it's established that, hey, I'm just ranting, which
Mhm.
is okay. Everybody does that, right? We
Yeah.
all have a point where we need to. But then there's also you know, that constant complaining, constantly harping on it, not trying to do anything about it, or just being disrespectful to someone. I feel like there's respectful ways about going about heavy topics, and then there's disrespectful ways, and
For
you have to
sure.
establish that.
And what I've basically done is systematically destroyed every single person who could ever possibly say anything remotely negative
Yeah.
so that I'd never have to deal with it again.
Hmm.
It's made life so much simpler, you know?
You guys heard it here first. Don't go to Valena with your problems. We will not listen.
Yep. And you will be summarily destroyed and disposed of.
Ah, well, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's not true. I mean, honestly, though, it I exaggerate, but it is kind of important after a bit. If you feel like somebody is exhausting to talk to,
Mhm.
then you don't talk to them. You don't exhaust yourself. I don't know.
Yeah.
Obviously, yes, there are people who need help, and
Mhm.
the best you can do is direct them to people who can better help them.
Mhm.
But I get real direct about stuff, so I don't know. It's not exactly as though the regular speech with people is evasive in any sort of way, but I think after a bit, I don't know if it's just growing up or what, but I had to be more honest with people about how they were speaking with me. And if they were trying to use me for free therapy, then, uh, well, I could do the absolute best I could. I could make any suggestion possible, but I am not a professional. I can't do better.
Yeah, you make a good point there because you're exactly right. I think you hit an age where, and I think honestly, learning this earlier can be beneficial, but I understand it's something harder to learn in practicality. Is people y- deserve to hear the hard things.
Yeah.
In the same point of, you might ruin a couple relationships by telling people or by being honest or being blunt. And you should never try to put somebody down.
Hmm.
But if you're talking to someone and they need to hear something, it's disrespectful to both you and them because obviously they're wasting your time, and your time is precious. We can't, we're only here a limited time. But then it's also, they need to hear this. So it's disrespectful to you to not really tell them. And I think we can, when you get over that gap as a person and you're able to like have those relationships with people where if they're talking and they're saying something that, and you need to like metaphorically slap them across the face and like let them hear something, and they can respect that, and you have that mutual respect of, hey, if I'm messing up, call me out.
Yeah.
And that's the point we should strive to get to. I think I was talking to Lofa one time, and this is completely taken out of context, but
Oh, okay.
not in a bad way,
Okay.
not in a good way, right?
In a good way.
But I was talking to them, and they were uh, they were telling me, they were like, I'm too old for this drama, or something along those lines. They're like, I'm too old for drama, or uh, like, yeah, and I feel that like essentially not a bad way, but it's like you get to a point where in life you're like, dude, I'm just trying to be me, and I'm
Yeah.
not gonna let anyone around me disturb that. And I think that's the perfect. And uh, I've noticed that since I got more into VTubing, that I'm surrounded by a lot of people right now that are older than me. I'm on the younger side right now at 22.
Yes, you are.
Uh, and I'm glad that being there with less life experience, like I can go maturely into heavy conversations and uh, be respectful to not only myself but that person.
Hmm.
It's good. And was I trained from a baby to do that? Maybe, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a degree to which I was as well, because, well, my dad is literally a counselor, so
Mhm.
I think, I think there's a part of that of just like seeing that patience with people that has helped me in some sense. Now, one thing I don't have patience for is how many motorcycles are going by in the background, but um, I mean, that can't be helped. Noise is one of those
Edit them
things.
out in post.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't even know if it like actually picks up. It's just I start hearing it, and then we got sensitive ears. But
Oh yeah.
either way, I don't know. Being patient with people has been helpful, but there is a degree to which you have to let people know that
Mhm.
patience is a limited resource. So, but on that note, you mentioned VTubing. So you're a VTuber. Like, what is that?
I am.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
sounds crazy. Yeah, what is that? How did you
That's
get
a
into VTubing?
Well, there's two answers to this. There's a fake answer of
Mm-hmm.
well, faker answer I'll say, where it's just I wanted to um I've just been wanted to do it for a while. I was fascinated with the world
Uh-huh.
of VTubing, and I wanted to get into it. The real reason was because I streamed for a bit before this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have a lot of self-conscious, like I'm self-conscious in a lot of ways,
Yeah.
right? And I use a face cam. And despite a lot of people telling me like, "Oh no, like you're cute," blah blah blah, it's like it's hard for me to internalize that and believe it. Like I've been put down so much, like over the years, like with my laugh, with my smile, just
Mm-hmm.
with my looks in general, that I did it not because, not for the most part that I'm infatuated with VTubing. It's a comfortability thing. I did it to hide myself.
Yeah.
To hide behind a character so that I could be, you know, uh, more comfortable. And I think that's what VTubing is that, some people lean into that more than others.
I do.
You see some people that um, completely play a character, and that's not bad. You're able to do that. And then there's some people that are like, this is my avatar, but it'll be more my personality instead of me going on stream and playing this completely different person.
Yeah.
And I lean more towards that the one I just mentioned, where it's like it's mainly me, but I enjoy being this bunny boy instead of being me,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
I would basically chalk it up to a similar thing. I do obviously have like, reasons of like seeing certain VTubers and saying like, oh, they make this look really fun, and I really like them, and it would be, it'd be remiss not to mention them, but I've mentioned them a million times on every single episode anyway. So,
Yeah, yeah.
anybody knows by now. But with my case, I actually did do one stream like 6 or 7 years ago or so where I used the camera, and I didn't I didn't really feel all that comfortable on camera. I don't think. Well, one of the things that is major with me is that everything that I've ever really done has been about what I'm doing, not necessarily me. And
Yeah.
so I would much rather keep that layer of separation and have my work be everything that's just crafted specifically from what I'm doing. Like, I would rather not have to see myself as my art in a sense. I would rather it just be my art directly.
Hmm.
So you get a
Yeah.
chance to design yourself, and you get a chance to present yourself in whatever way you really want. And characteristics of yourself are taken and applied to what you're doing rather than you specifically. Like, I don't really care too much for myself. I don't really have like I can't say that I don't have self-image issues in any sort of way, but it's more like, to me, I don't exist. Like, I'm just not even here, you know? So I would much rather, if I'm going to be present in any sort of way, I would rather it just be through something I can choose the display of rather than me. If that makes any sense. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm doing the same thing. Obviously, I'm not. I don't. Well, I don't want to say obviously because I don't think I've ever told you, but I am non-binary, right?
No, I saw.
I go by Ruby, and in my position right now, I can't dress how I want to. I can't express myself how I want to, just because that I am just sitting here bunched up. You know, I'm essentially forced. I've been forced back into the closet like 3 times. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And I'll get to a point where I'm comfortable with my feminine side, and I want to embrace it more because, yeah, in general, I do. Obviously, I mean, look at my model, right?
Right. You are
I
in a
enjoy
skirt.
that side, but I can't because I'm still going through college. I'm still living with my parents, and you know, if my parents saw that, I love my parents to death, but you know, they're older, so they don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know, they probably wouldn't throw me out, but I'm just at that point where I'm not going to risk it. And so I'm able to use my character, this image, to as kind of like a facet into that. Is that the right word? I think.
Yeah. Of like a look into it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can live that life through this character. I can be more feminine here, and that's why it's been nice designing, you know, the actual live 2D model that that I commissioned. And while it's still in the works, it's nice to see. It's like, hey, this is what I could be one day. Obviously, with not a bunny boy, but like.
I mean, they do. Like, yeah, they could attach the ears directly to your head.
I don't know about that.
I mean, we could go further. We could do this. You could be the first.
Oh, well, I'm good. I don't want to be the first of any experiment like that. I think there's too many things to go wrong. But
yeah.
In all honesty, it's just like, I don't know. It was a way to hide, and it has worked out so far. VTubing. Obviously, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I've met with a lot of people. Was able to somehow by the fates meet a VTuber named Shion, who's in Bunopolis, and then by extension Lofa, our amazing leader, who was like, hey, you can join this if you want to.
Yeah.
And I was hesitant at first. I think I told you in a VC we had that I spent a good maybe a half hour to an hour before even applying to Bunopolis, like sitting down and being like, okay, well, I've seen groups not work out on Twitch, right?
For sure.
And people just end up getting hurt, and so it's just me. I don't want to say interrogating Lofa, but I was interrogating Lofa.
Yeah.
Being like,
you were.
It's like, okay, well, what's the overall goals of this? Like, how are we gonna do this and that? Like, if there's conflict, how is it going to be handled? And they were able to tell me everything with if you wanted, by the way, if you wanted to know if Bunopolis is a good group to be a part of or to support, I can tell you after that interrogation they are. We are our goals are in the right place. We have a system set up to diffuse conflict in a meaningful way, and just essentially help support each other. And so I'm extremely happy that I was able to join this place. And I can't say that when I first joined I wasn't I didn't feel overlooked. But then you sit back and you're like, wait a minute. When I joined, there were like 30 something members already, and
Yeah.
now we're at what, 40, a little bit over 40,
Hmm.
right?
And by the time
And
this airs, I mean, who knows?
well, I think we need to. I would love to have more people, but I think we need to get our footing
Yeah.
right now.
I would love
To
to
bring people in.
definitely look into a lot of the people who are there because I am still genuinely at the point where I feel like I'm getting to see like pockets of people here and there. I haven't
Yep.
I've definitely have not gotten a chance to visit everybody's streams or anything like
Hmm.
that since a lot of the people can stream around the same time. But I I would love to be able to like shore up the people that are already here. And I do think it's obviously important to, keep recruiting people, but I think we're not really doing that at like a massive rate because I still see a ton of bunny VTubers that are just like out there
Oh
and
yeah.
not in it. And we already have like 40.
Oh
So,
my goodness.
you know, there's a
Yeah,
ton of
and
people.
I think we're so new to it that everybody's still figuring out like how do we even run a group
Hmm.
and how do I fit in to this group? But I think to any newer members of Bunopolis that might be listening to this, that feel like I don't want to say being left out because I don't think we're intentionally leaving anybody out. Um,
Yeah.
it, you when you're joining a group like this where it's so big, I have found out that you know if you want to be noticed or you want to get the benefits of being in a VTuber group or any content group in general, you have to be proactive.
Yeah.
You have to talk. You have to join collabs. You have to set up collabs because if you are in a group, you're not going to reap the benefits of the group or get to know any of the people in the group if you're completely quiet. You will just be there.
Yeah.
And that's why you see a lot of people in groups rise above the others. It's not because, well, this one person is less entertaining than this person that's succeeding. It's that, you have to, people have to know you. And I
Yeah.
feel like for me, I started out like, oh, these people, you know, because a lot of people, again, I think already knew each other from
Yeah.
before.
For sure.
And so coming in, I was like, oh, well, they don't want to talk to me. They overlook me. And then I was like, as I've gotten to it, I think people genuinely enjoy my presence. I hate to say it, I think it's hard to find a collab with me not in it.
Yeah. I mean, you do your best. I mean, you're in there for sure. Like
As
it's important to do that though, and I do
Mhm.
agree because I I knew that if I was going to join this, I had to beat back my normal nature of just streaming by myself. I think I even said it on stream like several months before Bunopolis was even a thing or that I was even in the Discord or anything like that, that I didn't understand groups and collabs. I think I legitimately said that I didn't understand. Like,
Yeah.
and so I I started having to make myself just like put a game in the chat and just see if anybody was, down to play it. And it was just like, oh, okay. Well, then we set stuff up. We start scheduling stuff and then it actually happens and then everybody has fun. It feels like it's so simple to do and yet it's really difficult to do because it's hard to like
Yeah.
wrangle all these VTubers and all their different schedules, but we've
Yeah.
figured out a way. I mean, we there's usually something going on every week.
Yeah, it's been very nice. I think my biggest challenge is I've always been a so like my I think my best thing from a perspective of a streamer is my ability to interact with chat.
Yeah.
I think I'm good enough at the games I play to be entertaining on a gameplay wise, but also be able to engage my community
Hmm.
and talk to them specifically. So I think when I first joined, I was a little discouraged from doing collabs at first because on my part, my I from my view is I thought a lot of my community didn't necessarily want to watch collabs because they come for me, not
Yeah.
to come watch my content. They just come to because they're like, hey, Ruby's gonna talk to us. Like I really enjoy Ruby, um, and I don't think I think genuinely my content is entertaining enough to come regardless. But I think I had to be like, yo guys, I'm begging you. Like I really want this
Hmm.
this group to work out. I really enjoy these collab streams. Please come watch them.
Yeah.
Like, um,
I think
so I
if
had to get.
anything, there's an adjustment period. Like I'm thinking of uh, parallels and some of the other folks that I watch every once in a while, or I say every once in a while to try and make myself sound better, but every single day I watch other people, and um, whether they're doing a collab or a solo stream or not, it usually just sort of depends. Like there's some people that I like watching in collabs, there's some people that I don't. And there's some people where if the collab is like too huge and they don't really get a chance to talk, I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm less inclined to watch some of those. But I feel like you would know to choose games where you could be able to do something in them.
Oh
So
yeah.
it's usually going to be fun. Like I know that crab game was mentioned, but uh, that
That was
one is like
chaotic.
that one is madness. But
Yeah.
when you're watching from the perspective of somebody in particular, usually you can at least hear them. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah. So what I've been doing is I've been a part of a lot of collabs that I haven't been streaming, and
Uh-huh.
it's part of me feels bad that I'm taking up a spot that someone could be streaming it, but
Hmm.
also it's the rather like larger ones where it's like the Goose Goose Duck, right?
Yeah.
More people is going to be more fun, so it doesn't necessarily hinder anybody if you know like those lobbies can go up to what 16 people.
Yeah,
No one
and
cares if
that's
I don't stream.
yeah. There's gonna be like at least two or three or like you know at least five
Mhm.
people streaming at that point.
Yeah, and it's just I'm there to help provide funny content for other people's streams. That yeah, and I think I did so. I think I do so
I think you
whenever
did.
we're there. But like the things like the tabletop games that uh Sachi ran, like I wouldn't stream that. I would go to chill, but
Yeah.
like it was still appreciated to be there because it's like, hey, we're playing board games. I think there's a lot of aspects to collab to even not streaming collabs but still being there that you can take away and you know construct something up, like build something on, because
Hmm.
it's like, hey, you're still getting to know people are getting to know you. If they like you in a collab, I think people are more inclined to this sounds selfish, but it's just kind of how it is. People gravitate towards other people they like and find entertaining when it
Yeah.
comes to collabs. And so
It's just
um,
true. I mean,
you get
it's
to know who
how it works.
yeah, exactly. I mean, you get to know who you bounce off of well, you get to know who you meld with well. Um,
Yeah.
I have the people in mind. Like, I love everybody. I'm down to collab with anybody. I think we've seen that. But I definitely have, like, oh, hey, like, I think so and so would like this game, and I like them. So I'm going to be like, hey, do you want to. I'll literally DM them and be like, I'm kidnapping you for a collab because I think you would like this game, and I enjoy you as a person.
Yeah.
So
So where's mine?
dude, we gotta set something up. I actually really like. Well, oh, ho, whoa! We're
So
gonna
where's
call this
mine?
out. You said you tried to set up a rounds collab that you never followed through with. So
Oh,
where's
I don't
rounds?
see any proof of that.
Oh, where's rounds?
Oh, there's no like abandoned thread of over 2 months ago that says that we started a rounds thing and left or anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about. But the funny thing is, when you first when you first put that, I actually had not checked you out at all. And so I didn't really even know anybody who replied to the rounds thing. I was just thinking like, okay, well, we'll play a game. And I've gone in blind several times because you basically have to. And
Yeah.
technically, my first exposure to you was that one time I checked out your stream and called your laugh a Barbie villain laugh.
It still hurts me to this
And
day.
that was the one time that I had seen your content or anything like that. So
What a stream to watch where I'm
so
screaming chef at everybody.
yeah, and it's funny though cuz I didn't even think I was going to check out that stream, but I was just, I had some time and I was thinking like, "Oh, what's this all about?" And I just kept watching. So, it was
Oh
fun.
man, it was great. We're planning a part 2 actually, so
Hmm.
um
I will not be
no,
doing that.
oh no,
Wow, with the same people, the same
but
people, the
with the
same
same
people.
people, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was one of my first one because that stream did well. I'm not
Hmm.
going to sit here and tell you. It did well for a variety stream. Obviously, I stream a lot of Splatoon,
Yeah.
but then I have my variety streams once a week, once or twice a week, and for a variety stream that did well, and
Hmm.
especially for a collab, I was very happy about that one, and that showed me, hey, I should do these collabs. I should do them more because I think my community, if I have funny people with me, I think my community really likes them.
Yeah.
And I think we had a good group there, and they enjoyed the chaos for sure.
Yeah.
So
I hope so.
it was very nice.
Yeah. And then of course the next time, or I think the first time we actually even talked or interacted or anything like that was just like Couscous Duck. But
Yep.
then like it's kind of hard to really call it that because you
Yeah.
barely really get alone time in that game.
Yeah.
But I spent most of the time dead. So
I had a couple good bits with you.
yeah,
Towards the end, so that was good.
of
And
course.
I tried to spread out over everybody, but I just kept running into the same people.
Yeah.
You know.
And I think that is a game where it tends to be kind of obvious when people know how to play it and when they don't.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
that one, I would love to play a game where I feel like I'm particularly good at it already. That would be nice. But I guess there's not really too many of those. So I gotta get
Yeah.
good at something again.
No, yeah, I get that. You should join the GTFO collab.
Well, that's definitely
Need
not
one
gonna be
more.
one I'm good at. I It's so
Trust me, I'm
funny to
not
me
either. But
because there's so many people who grew up with stuff like um gun games and all that,
Mhm.
but I definitely was not one of those people because i I was basically Battlefront 2 on PS2 and that was it.
Oh,
That was like all I
amazing
played.
game.
Amazing game for sure. I did like
Despite
being a
my
Jedi.
age, despite my age, believe it or not, I do have Battlefront 1 and 2 on PS2, and I played
Wow.
it religiously.
Yeah, I
So
guess that would have
be proud of
been
me for that.
probably when you were a kid though. I mean, I
It
think I was in
was.
middle school.
So I think the PS2 is still a little old when I was a kid.
Yeah. I still
But
remember the first
yeah,
commercials for it when it came out.
could not imagine, couldn't imagine that.
Yeah. I mean
Man.
there's a difference. But it is
This
what it is.
episode is a lot of people are going to be watching this episode back, and they're going to be just their bones are going to be aching hearing me talk sometimes.
Yeah. But I mean I'm sure like you were saying in the VTubing community, there's like it seems to go from practically just turned 18 to 40. So
Oh
and
yeah.
some above. We're
I
getting
never got
there.
the I never got the um I was talking to Lofa one. You'll hear a lot of these. These
Yeah.
for anybody that doesn't know. Obviously, you're watching this. You know, Lefarian BT. I call him Lofa, but the
Yeah.
leader of our group. I'm just personal friends with.
Hmm.
So we were talking one time, and this comes up. It's like, this topic of the age where people think you're too old for being a VTuber or being in this industry, and I never got that. It's like, why would you? Why? I guess I don't understand gatekeeping, but it infuriates me
Yeah.
when people gatekeep. It's like, we should, because VTubing should be open to everybody. It should be something that's continuing to grow every day. And while it is, we shouldn't gatekeep it just because someone wants to do something. Like, I guess some people are like, oh, well, it's creepy that so and so does. It's like, no, man, just they just want to stream.
Yeah, that's
We should
literally it.
let people stream. And if they want to play this character, we're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So who are we to judge? Like, as long as they're not hurting anybody and they're not, let's just let them vibe.
Yeah. There's honestly no difference between that and something like somebody going back to college as an adult or something like that.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're doing this with a specific motive. Like, you know exactly what you're doing. You're not just messing around. You didn't fall into being a VTuber sideways. You know what you're doing. Like, so just let them do it.
Pretty expensive to do if you fell into it. I guess
Oh,
there's
yeah.
cheaper options these days.
There are. I mean, I would venture to say that most of the money that I've spent has been on trying to upgrade my PC to handle all of these programs. Like, I've really not spent model money or design money or anything like that. So,
I cannot say the same.
well, I mean, I just discovered what's VGen, so it's almost over for me.
Oh God,
Like,
I don't even know what that is.
oh no. Well, maybe I won't link it to you then. But
Hold on.
we'll just say it's basically like it's like Scab, but for English speakers.
Uh-huh.
So, you're gonna be spending money because you can like filter for people for people who already have slots open for commissions and stuff like that. And I could see myself falling into like a giant pit of just like doing nothing but that and spending so much doing that. But I'm gonna try and control myself and maybe just start with a few people at once and wait and just see.
Yeah, I have been spending like I've got money right now, and it's unfortunate. I
Yeah.
dropped a lot, I will say. I got a good deal. My I guess the term would be VTuber mother is very good. She does very good work for the prices she charges.
Yeah.
Transparency here. I spent like a little over $1,400, but that's art plus rigging. So
Yeah.
when you take it that way, that's not that bad. And I've seen the quality that she produces, and it's good. She's the same person that did my model here, so if I'm happy with this, I'm sure I'll be happy with the actual VTuber version. So
Yeah. I think what I basically end up wanting to do is like, I've got to learn Live 2D. I'm not going to learn rigging entirely, but I want to know specifically how it is I can just draw my own model and have it drawn specifically for somebody to be able to rig it. That's it. Because I can do the art myself. Like, that is something I'm completely capable of for the art that I've been able to do for the past like 10 years or so. So, I can do that, but I just need to know how to cut everything so that it actually works.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to do, but it's hard. And also the majority of my artwork is female characters, so I still kind of have to like figure out how I want to look, cuz I mean, it's not as though I'm the manliest looking bunny in the entire company, but I still want to have like I don't know. There's like a fusion of styles that I kind of want to see. So, we'll see. I still find it very fascinating that people will look at me and not expect this voice to come out of me, and that's basically all I want. So,
yeah, I'm in the same boat. So with my character, I was specifically like, I want to tug on that line of, are they male or female kind of thing. I don't know if I did it well. I think it's more. I think I definitely give off feminine presenting male, but especially when you connect the voice. But I think I've probably gotten some people that were like, "Oh wow, this is their voice."
Yeah, I think if I really wanted to make my character look more accurate to how I sound, I think I would probably have like a giant beard or something. Just like some sort of crazy looking scraggly face. I kind of want to see how that looks and have like a toggle where I just go wizard mode. But that would be, I don't know.
That
I don't
would be
know. I
so
have to
funny.
picture
That would be so funny.
the wizard toggle.
Just a wizard time as a channel point reward.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Actually, I don't know. I might have to see if I can draw that.
Oh, I would be down for it. I would save up for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it. I think there's a thing to talk about there where it's like you mention especially. Sometimes it might feel like you're being interviewed with how I'm speaking, but
And that's what this is for.
but no, I mean it's like when you think about it, if we talk about matching voice to model, I feel like a lot of like I would have to rework my model, you'd have to rework yours.
Yep.
A lot of people would, and I feel like
It's the point.
that's the beauty of it, right?
Yeah.
it's
like I can just do kind of whatever it is that I want to do. And
exactly.
people will then have to associate this character with my voice, like no matter what. So
Yeah, exactly. So it's nice. I think it's especially nice if you're trying to, for someone like me who's non-binary, or for someone who's transfemme, transmasc, or however you identify. It's very nice to be able to present that way in one way if you're not able to in real life.
Yeah.
So it's very nice to do that, and it's very nice that everybody, from what I've seen, is very accepting of that in the community as well.
Well, we'll say that anybody who matters worth their words is going to be accepting of that. Just because it's like we're already all in this space. Like if you're going to start picking and choosing like that, then you're already an idiot. So
exactly.
That's not exactly the kinds of people that you're going to be interested in talking to on a regular basis anyway. So those are what we call easy bans. I would say.
And luckily I've never had to do that. See, I can also roll with the punches pretty well. And like obviously no one's disrupting my chat, but if someone comes in and they start taking playful shots, so I don't have to necessarily be like, okay, I'm gonna ban you outright. But it's like, hey man, I'll call them out on it if they keep doing it. It's like, hey man, sorry I tried, but you're disrupting my chat. So I have, for the experience of the chatter, not even myself, I have to do this because
funny enough, I've even had to do it for one reason or another, because it's like there's sometimes people will come in and no offense to drunk people, but it just sort of seems like they're on their own planet when they're coming in and just talking complete nonsense. And there was some weird person once who was like coming in like, do you know who I am? And it's like, no, get out. What are you doing here? Like, who is this? It was so weird. Like, but on the basis of my voice, I do feel lucky in that sense where I don't think anybody has ever quite told me my voice is annoying, or that my laugh is like some of the issues
like
that you were talking, or like a Barbie villain. Like what kind of bully would tell somebody else that?
Oh well, yeah, definitely. No one would ever say
no,
that.
No, nobody would say that. But I did say that it was the best Barbie villain, which was Preminger. So,
I don't know if that, sure. I'll take that as a compliment, but
I can send you a picture of him.
I will stay uninformed and take it as a compliment.
All right.
I will say that is not the worst I've gotten. It's hard to be. I will say this. One of my I hope I mask it well, but obviously it's hard. It's hard sometimes because that's the most insecure like part about me is my laugh. Because it's hard to be confident about a laugh when you get told by your RA, or this is just one example. This is probably one of the worst examples though. Is they walked out because I was hanging out in like outside of their door just talking to friends, right, as you do, because they were like they were across the hall from the RA, and we were friends with our RA. She's lovely, I love her to death, but she came out and she was like, oh, you know, I knew y'all were out here because I heard Ruby's laugh and it sounded like a dying hyena.
Oh God, that's annoying though. Like, just appreciate what people have. That's basically, I would say that's one of the root things about being a VTuber or being, you know, online or anything like that, is that there are things like that. I want to make absolute certain that I love your laugh. Like, I want to make sure that you know this, right? I think it's amazing and I think it's hilarious, but I'd love to hear it because it means you're having fun. So honestly, there are things like that that are involuntary about everybody that I feel like become more appreciated in a space where you don't associate it with like deeply who someone is and you associate it with like a character.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just, I don't know, it's I don't like hearing about, I don't necessarily like hearing about when I'm not going to deny these things, right, or deny people calling me these things because it's not bad. They're just trying to, you know,
they don't know that their words are hurtful. Of course.
Well, no, not even that. But when people, I don't know how to take compliments, and on the fact that I don't really believe compliments.
Yeah.
Like when people call me cute, or there's been a weird infatuation with my voice recently that I don't necessarily hate my voice. I think it's fine. I think it's just, you know, a mediocre voice. It's not, I've gotten past that whole thing of, oh, I can't watch myself, right?
Right.
Like, I'm fine with my voice. But when people point out, it's like, oh, you have a very nice voice, or your voice is very cute or adorable. I'm like, no, it's not. It's like I don't want to be rude, but it's just like I don't know how to take that because I've always like thought these other things about myself.
Yeah.
And so it's weird to actually be getting compliments for once in my life.
Yeah, it is a strange feeling to get used to, honestly, because okay, from the other side of it, I have heard stuff about my voice before, yes, obviously, but the stuff that I have not really heard is like, again, you know, I know Loaf is coming up a lot, but one of the things that I appreciate is like, I think my humor is strange. I've always thought my humor was strange. I've always thought that nobody would get what I would think is funny. I always thought that nobody would really laugh at me other than maybe people related to me or whatever. Like, I always felt like when I would make somebody laugh that they were doing it because, you know, they were like feeling sorry for me or something like that. I just general things of like being used to not being listened to in a lot of senses. And so to be behind a microphone and to have people hear my strange sense of humor and actually laugh, that is something I never expected to happen. And it's it's so strange to me.
Yeah, I think you're hilarious.
Okay.
I'm gonna put it out.
And so
there.
that is my okay that I have to do where I don't believe you, but all right.
I get it.
It's, you know, but I understand that compliments aren't necessarily for like, it's not like they're not for me, but they're, they're people expressing what their reality is or how they see you. And so I sort of see it as like, all right, that's what you think, and that's cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of
So
how
for
I had
me,
to do it.
yeah, for me, it's that I've gone. This is gonna sound sad. It kind of is sad. I've I've gone so long, um, being put down,
Hmm.
and not getting compliments, and that whenever someone says it, I straight up cannot believe it. Like it's not any fault of their own. It's me. It's how I guess a lot of people grow up is that uh, I don't knowing. I think it's been a very long time since I've been genuinely complimented in real life, like or someone that has appreciated the hard work I put through for everything, or you know, just recognize something like that about me. And it's like, hey man, I don't. Obviously, I'm not asking for it because that's cringe, but it's nice every now and then to be like, hey, you're putting in all this work. Good job.
Yeah. I think that
Uh,
is another nice thing about how
mhm.
people are online is because people don't do that in real life. They just
Yeah.
don't. Like that does not happen. And if you find somebody like that, you keep that person around for as long as humanly possible because they are special.
Hmm.
But like people that actually just sit there and give you a genuine assessment of a situation, that's even
Oh
just
yeah.
like rare to find most of the time. So
Yeah.
honestly, directness is one of those things that there's an advantage to being online because the anonymity, it takes away the embarrassment of doing that because I don't go up to people and tell them they have a pretty model. Like that's an insane thing to say. Like when you just go up and see somebody that's beautiful or whatever, you don't get to say that. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
that you should, because that could be creepy.
Hmm.
But online, I mean, there when you're in a situation where somebody is presenting some sort of artwork that represents themselves, you
Hmm.
can say that they're cute. You can say they're pretty or whatever it is. Like
Oh
those
yeah.
things are just like it's a vehicle for honesty that's actually positive for once rather than being, the negative side.
Yeah, it's so, and I get this a lot. I don't I raid a lot, but
Hmm.
I don't always get raids just perfectly fine. No one has to, right? But whenever I get raided and whenever I raid, it's like a commonplace thing to where another VTuber will raid someone and be like, "Oh my God, I had to raid you. I loved your model."
Yeah.
Right? Or I'll have to be like, "Oh, I thought your model was super cute and you're playing this game. Like, of
Hmm.
course I'm gonna raid you. Like you're like," and people take that in an extremely positive way because they should. It's like you're proud of the character you made. If you're not proud of the character you made, you need to rework your character
Yeah.
and make it something you're proud of. But
It's
when
for some
people
reason
recognize that,
people don't get that that's why that happens so much. Like obviously it's very easy to make fun of people like, "Oh, redesign number 30, here it comes." But like, do whatever you need to do until you get comfortable. I mean, you've got the resources to do it and might as well do it.
hmm yeah, I think that's what I'm going through right now. I feel I am getting used to the whole. Okay, I paid you for this, so you don't care if I'm like, hey, tweak this little detail or put this shirt on this model or
Hmm.
because I've been given a lot through this process of these sketches. I've been given a lot of options. I got I think 6 total color palette options or color scheme options with the clothes for the new outfit, and having to be like, okay, well, I want you to put this black shirt on this one, and like swap the lighter shirt with the darker shirts, and it's like, okay, that's a little tedious, but I'm like, I want to be proud of this. I don't want to be like, oh, well, what's easiest for you?
Yeah.
No, it's like it's my character. I paid good money for this, so
Yeah.
even
A
if I
lot of
feel
money.
uncomfortable with it,
Honestly,
yeah,
though,
it's
from the other side of it, um, in the specific instance of artwork and everything like that, if you do not tell me exactly what it is you want, then you are not going to get it. I need to be
Yeah.
completely precise. Like I love when people are specific about everything because I want to help them. Like it helps me to not disappoint them. And when I hear later
exactly.
or something that there's something that they settled for or that they didn't actually like but they didn't tell me, that just crushes me because it's like you should have told me. Like
Yeah, it's like
you paid me.
that's so specifically what the sketch process is for. It's
Yeah.
like, and even if you're doing the work, it's like, okay, it might be a little annoying, but it's like you want, because at the end of the day, I'm not an artist, but this is how I see it, right?
Hmm.
You, an artist, taking the time to rework their piece, like the piece, even if they've done a lot of work already, will help them more in the long run anyway, because
Exactly.
it's like, I am a strong, firm believer that whenever I get a piece of art, or I frequent an artist, I give them a role in my Discord that's like the stream's artist, right?
Hmm.
Right now it's Casey, my VTuber mother,
Hmm.
and soon it will be this amazing artist that I like named Merlin, right? And what I do is I love giving people. I will say I do pay my artists and I pay them well, okay? And a lot of the times I'll pay them more than what they think they're worth because I think they need to value their art more, right?
I do the same.
Um, but on top of that, I'm like, okay, like give me your socials and give me like a picture because I give them a panel in my stream, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like you should not pay with exposure, but no artist should deny, hey, you paid me money, but I also want to shout you out or I want to put you in my panels. Like I want to like if people are going to give you that exposure as an artist, like just for free after paying you too, I feel like it's amazing thing. And so going into like making those changes, right? Even when you're far along in the process, like when you were recommended or if you were recommended by someone or people see that work and they like it, it's going to benefit you too because it's like, oh, people will I've had multiple times of being like, who made your PNG, who made this, and I'm like, because I was able to be specific and work with Casey, it's like, you know, they get more recognition, which turns into more chances to get commission or to get more recommendations, and essentially get more money. So it's like,
Yeah.
there's no better way to put it, but it's worth it for the artist to make those changes because you speak more highly of them. And when you speak more highly of any artist, people are going to look at them in a better light. But if you have to say these things where it's like, oh, I settled for this, or I had like that's kind of in a negative light, and you're just sitting there like, dude, I would have changed that if you just told me.
Yeah. And I still remember there were times where I felt like I couldn't communicate with an artist, and that's when I felt the disappointment on the result, because it's almost as if they didn't want any input and they wanted to do it a specific way. And
Yeah.
I get that from like a professional standpoint, but it sure isn't fun to work with like an art vending machine where you
Yeah.
just put the coins in and out comes the artwork however it comes out. Any single time that that's happened to me, I've never really worked with the artist again.
Yeah.
And that's before of just like getting characters commissioned with artwork and stuff like that. Like that was before all the VTubing stuff and before paying like thousands of dollars for artwork. Like
Yeah.
I'm like that with like $20 artwork pieces. Like if you don't say anything, then what am I supposed to do? But just kind of look at it like it is. And I mean, I don't know. It's a level of professionalism to be able to take criticism or take changes. And I understand if there's people who don't really like to change their pieces. They would rather charge for changes or stuff like that. But I'll pay that
Yeah.
because, I like to have specifically what it is that I want. That's why I
Yeah.
paid for custom artwork. So
And I've had to. I will say I am pretty horrid at getting what I want across. But I've gone to the point of so when my model speaks, the arm moves, right?
right.
At first it didn't, right?
Hmm.
And and I was doing a terrible job of explaining how I wanted it to move
Hmm.
uh, over text, right?
Right.
And I couldn't find necessarily many examples of exactly what I wanted. So I was like, I literally took out a piece of paper, or I asked for someone for a piece of paper, and I was like, hold on, I have to draw this out.
Yeah.
And while it was only like it was stick figures, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
sit here
No.
and tell you. But I drew like the angle and the position changing, and it's like, you have to you have to be specific with your artist because the artist is not you. They do not have your mind.
Yeah. I mean, from the other side of it, that is perfect because I want people to know exactly what it is that they want so that I can give them exactly what it is they want. Because that's
Exactly.
why I'm doing this, you know?
Hmm.
But I do have another question for you.
All right, hit me with it.
What made you choose a bunny?
Oh, dude, there's two answers to this one too.
Oh, you got
Infatuation
multiple
with
answers.
this is a bonk moment. Someone can bonk me. Infatuation with the bunny girls.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Well, fair enough.
no more needs to be said there.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but two, a lot of my OCs have been like kitsunes
Mm-hmm.
uh, and such, right? So I was originally thinking of going with that, but um, obviously when you think of VTubing, I feel like those are like the
Very
basic ones, like
common.
being a cat boy, fox, like you know what I mean. And so a lot of it was, hey, um, I'm really into this right now. I prefer it over this. Um, and trying to target a niche so that um, I can stand out more. And the idea is if you stand out more and have a more unique design, then you get more people watching you and who doesn't want to grow.
Yeah.
Um, and I'm glad I chose this. I love being a bunny boy for all that counts, right? It's very
Hmm.
nice.
I mean, honestly, though, if you hadn't chosen that, we probably wouldn't have met at all. Because,
Not
I
at
mean,
all.
the, I mean, you never know. But frankly, this is the situation in which we met. So I can't really imagine it happening in another way. I wasn't really going out and meeting a bunch of different VTubers before this. So, you know.
Yeah, I'll say I've had a shift in since joining Bunopolis. I've definitely had a shift in group
Hmm.
because through getting this model, um, I met some absolutely amazing people, and
Hmm.
I was doing streams with a lot of absolutely amazing people, like Zimius, Imi Kong, and just that entire group of people. But those are two ones that I've been um, able to do streams with. But I wouldn't have met some of my really good friends without doing this,
Hmm.
right? Um, and then when I joined this, I was doing the streams with them, but I feel like I've shifted. Sadly, I have shifted away from them to this,
Yeah.
and I'm kind of recognizing that as I go. I'm like, I used to do a ton of streams with Zim and Emmy, and like uh, support a lot of my friends who I think are really talented, and
Hmm.
uh, so like I pop into their chats, but I feel bad. Like there are a lot of people that I think are very talented. Like obviously the two that I mentioned, but like I'll pop into my VT stream a lot.
Hmm.
Right, they stream at perfect times for me, and they are a perfect vibe. Like they're a little lizard PNG tuber VTuber with a mushroom on their head, like a mushroom hat, and I find it adorable. And
Yeah.
they are just a oh, when you think of a person who's a genuine person on stream, they are one of those people, and I think that entire group is like so they're a very good group to have, and I don't want it to be like, hey, I'm neglecting y'all, because they're some of my best friends. I'm not gonna, but also it's like I'm in this group, you know, I want to participate in this group.
Yeah.
I have 40 people to meet, and I feel like I've only met 10 of them.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I do feel like there's a tendency to feel that way as well, because there was also like the only other people I had really done collabs with before was, you know how they always make those engagement tweets of like, reply if you want me to collab and all this stuff. And, that always works. Yeah. But funny enough, I think that's actually how I ended up seeing Grimmels originally.
mm-hmm.
And then that kind of led me to all of this. So that was the one time that it worked. But there was another time before then. And it was somebody who was looking for people to play with, to play Uno with. And there is still just like a group chat of those folks. But I just haven't really had a lot of, it's not that I haven't had the time to join them again.
Yeah.
And it's not like I haven't had the desire to join them again. But a lot of the times when they would stream, now I would be at work. And so it's just sort of shifted over to like a recency bias a little bit of like, well, if I want to do some sort of collab, then I want it to be with Bunopolis people. But I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult to shift my brain into just doing it with the wider VTuber community because it's so huge. And so there's just like no direction in my brain of like how to navigate that other than doing stuff with Bunopolis right now. So I kind of would just rather do that as long as I can.
Yeah, and I think that's completely how a lot of people are right now. Because if you look at the collab chat, I feel like, and this is not a shot at anybody. Nothing I say is meant to put anybody down, right?
Of course.
And this is not even gonna really sound that bad to warrant this, but I don't want to offend anybody, right?
Yeah, you've clarified it 4 times. I understand. Yeah. Go ahead.
You never know these days. But you only see a select few in that collab chat.
Yeah.
At least in my eyes. And a lot of it I've noticed this with conversations with people. There's a lot of people that just talk and they talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm one of those people. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm not.
Yeah.
So you'll see some of these members where you're like, I don't think I've ever seen you talk in this chat. But it's like, oh, they talked yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They just got drowned out by, oh God, the voice crack, by the people that
normally talk. Yeah.
So it's hard to get used to it. But there's a lot of people in Bunopolis that I really want to hang out with, and I'm looking to be like, hey, if you don't want to do collabs, or if you aren't like confident enough in doing it, I will drag you into collabs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind. Like, I'm out there enough to help you too, right?
Yeah.
And so,
honestly,
I've been doing that.
I've had I feel like I've had the good fortune of having a structure set up for me, because I will reiterate again, this show was Celeste's idea. These assets were done by Celeste, and I don't know if she was originally going to host the show, but she was the one who made the suggestion about the show. I just sort of, I volunteered myself as host because I sound like this. So,
As Lofa put it, the resident smooth talker.
Mm-hmm. I won't deny it, but
it's true.
It's something. I know how to talk. So I'll talk myself into all of this, but like I was saying earlier, I do have to have an excuse. And I do feel like now that I have this position of host, I can sort of DM people and be like, "Hey, do you want to be on the show? You agreed to be on the show." So there's actually like precedent for me to be able to collab with people or talk with people that I haven't otherwise, chatted with or seen even. And that is it's an interesting advantage to have in this case. But I do feel like it's probably going to run out a little once I've actually interviewed everyone. So I do want to feel as though the people who, obviously not everybody said yes. And so I do want to see if there's people who we can somewhat drag into it, but I also understand that I don't want to like pressure people into this either.
I think an interesting thing would be in our Lapin Lounge thing, or just amongst the members, maybe even just gauging that, right? Be like,
Yeah.
like a I wouldn't necessarily a poll. It could be a poll, like an anonymous poll, and be like, hey, if you said no or yes, like why were you inclined to say yes? Why were you inclined to say no, kind of thing. So you can gauge that and then be like, okay, well, I got commonalities here.
Mm-hmm.
How can I change that going forward, or how can I assure people that no, it's actually like this and not that? And I think you can definitely find ways to get more people on the show, because it's been amazing so far. And I think talking to you is something people should do. Not biased.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like every time that we have talked, we have genuinely been able to talk for hours and just
Yeah.
not run out of stuff to talk about. And that's not going to happen with everybody. But I think you're a good, like, outside of just the podcast, just like genuinely a very cool person to talk to and very interesting. And you're down to go. I mean, the other night it was until 3 a.m.
Yeah,
that we
that's
talked.
That was an accident, yes.
Yeah.
But honestly though, I understand why people wouldn't, in that I think early on, well, a lot of the applications probably had the question on there before there was even an episode to look at.
Yeah.
And so the release of everything sort of worked out to where episodes started coming out on Mondays and stuff later. And so they might not have actually gotten a chance to really see the podcast before saying yes or no. And so I feel like if we were to send out some sort of like maybe not announcement, but some sort of form maybe for people to just like ask whether or not they wanted to be on now as opposed to then.
Yeah.
It might have changed a little bit, just from the fact that they might actually know who I am now. Maybe.
That is
I don't know.
true, yeah.
Because like I wouldn't expect anybody to really know who I am, like in any of these cases. So it would be pretty easy to say like, do you want to be on a podcast? No, of course not.
Yeah.
I don't know this guy. Who is this guy? But
Yeah, and maybe you could provide a link. This is very extra, but perhaps if people are on the fence, like we could somehow embed a link into the Google form there of like, hey, if you are on the fence, here's an example episode, and they can, while they're, I guess, not many people will want to, but it might make more people that are applying, feel like, okay, well, if it's like this, then yeah, sure.
yeah, I think there's
could
probably
say-
more of a chance to be able to make something like a compilation of moments or conversations and stuff that were interesting on the podcast now, because there's more that's been actually released. This would be episode 9, I believe, and we're coming up on like 10 weeks of doing this, so like that's quite a bit. That's more data. I don't know if we really have a specific plan in place to do like clips from each episode, because I know that would require a lot of manpower that we don't
Oh
really
yeah.
have right now. But I, if we were able to like honestly hire somebody to do that, that would be nice. I
Oh
kind
yeah.
of wish I knew how to do that because I probably have more time on my. I mean, I work 40 hours a week, but in the evenings I could
Yeah.
probably pop something open and see. Because like I'm the one doing the conversation, so I always feel a little bad that I'm not like involved more in the editing process. Like I
Mhm.
feel like I should be writing stuff down or listening back and helping in that sort of sense. But you know, I
I mean, yeah.
I do what I can.
I think you're doing a fantastic job, and it's like no time like the present, right? If you feel like you want to do more, I mean, hey,
Hmm.
there's free software. DaVinci Resolve is fantastic, and
Is
you
that
can
free?
sit down with Ochi, huh?
Is that free?
Yeah, DaVinci Resolve is a free editing program. It's
Oh,
pretty good. Obviously, it has its issues. It's free, right?
well, yeah.
Um,
Okay,
but it's yeah, I
I get what
use
you
it.
mean.
It's pretty good. It's very good, and you can just I mean, I think Ochi's the one who edits these,
Yes.
you know, and you could just be like, hey Ochi, like, how the hell do I go through and make clips
Yeah,
from
that
the
would be
raw
nice.
footage, So, and Ochi's amazing, so he'll be willing to probably sit down and be like, I think any editor will be able to sit down and want to rant about, oh, this is how you do stuff in this software, and if you're in this software, then so I think you can get the help and fill that gap of, hey, I want to be doing more.
Yeah, it would definitely be nice to do some stuff with the older episodes, like getting a clip that would almost feel like a sample from each episode, so that you know how YouTube is. Like they have their oscillations between uh, preferring long form content to preferring 8-minute content to preferring 30-second content. Like it's crazy out there. So to be able to have all of that on there would be nice, but I, yeah, we would probably need more people than just Archie. I feel like that would be almost unfair to take up even more of their time since they're already
Yeah.
volunteering to do all this for the podcast.
Yeah, it's hard because you have all these people that are you have to say like they've volunteered to do this, but they also are like trying to grow and do their own thing. So it's
Yeah,
like even adding more on their plate, you're like, oh, are you sure you can do this? Are you sure, really?
yeah. There's VTubing requires so many hats. It's
Yeah.
wild, honestly. Like, if you really want to get into the weeds of everything, and if you want to do everything yourself, you are not going to have time to do anything else. That's just the long and short of it.
Yeah, I think that's honestly streaming in general. I think it's to a different level on VTubing, but
Yeah,
if you want to properly do everything that you should to, let's say, be quote unquote successful, and successful has many tiers to it. You don't have to have 1,000 viewers concurrently to be successful. You can have five, right? You can
yeah,
have two, you can have three to be successful, right? Um, it takes a lot of time, and I have been noticing that I'm rather in awe and have a new level of respect for all of you because you take the time from your busy ass schedules and sit back and watch your VODs
yeah,
and get clips from those VODs. And
yeah.
I'm over here like, nah, I don't have time. I'm not gonna do it. When I could make the time,
Yeah.
but it's like,
I've started to
um,
do it more recently because I recognize that there is a, if I don't do it, then it's only going to happen from collabs and
yeah,
then my VODs are going to disappear. But I also, I've kept up Turbo for a long time because I'm obsessed with watching VTubers on Twitch. So I originally had that just to be able to watch everything without ads. But then I recognized that it makes my VODs stay for 2 months. Like, so may as well actually get used to that and take that advantage to be able to clip. But there are some people who
yeah.
have to do it in like 7 days or like
Mhm.
14 days. And it's so stupid that it stays for so little but I
Yeah.
don't know. You almost have to do it, otherwise there's nothing to really do. I don't even know if featured clips works or what, but I'm certainly
It does.
seeing a bunch of clips from other people that I normally wouldn't. So I
Hmm.
figure I have to choose one of those every once in a while. And there's stuff that I don't necessarily know that other people would find funny, but I should probably just clip it anyway because it's
Oh
like, all
yeah.
right, well, this was a moment where something happened.
Yeah, I think this is a very good like segue into that topic in general of just going ahead and clipping yourself because it's a hard thing to do. And we were talking about it in Bunopolis Help yesterday. Um, is that whole idea? It's the whole thing with your voice as well, right? Where it's like I don't like my voice. I don't think stuff like that. But then it's also I don't find myself clippable, and it's very hard to because I was talking about like I took I will admit I took a very harsh look at it and I was like there's some things that you just got to get over.
Yeah.
um
Unfortunately, you
and
just do.
yeah, and it's hard to do that, and I recognize like it's a process, it's a slow burn, but it's like you have to sit there and realize people watch me, people enjoy my streams. So if people enjoy my streams, I am clippable. Even if people don't watch your streams, you are streaming, you are clippable. You are entertaining enough to be a streamer, you are clippable. You know what I mean? And you just have to clip those things.
Yeah. Honestly, the other bit that I would add is that there's a lot of people who are probably comparing themselves to people who have a different energy about them in general. Like
Yes.
I I understand that I'm like this all the time. And I know that I'm like this all the time because I'm in my head all the time. I can't get away.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know
Same,
what it
man.
is that I find funny about myself or like the stupid little things that I say here and there. And I have to count on the fact that there's somebody else who's probably going to find it funny too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's you are you, and you have to know you.
Yeah,
And I completely agree with what you're saying. It's like, okay, well, like you can't like we cannot you and me polar opposites on the
absolutely.
streams, right? So you can't sit there and compare against what I would find funny, because I'm not you. I'm the opposite of you. So it's like you have to know. It all comes down to knowing yourself and knowing your type of content, because every content creator, even if they're similar, is completely different.
Yes.
Which sounds weird to say, right? Because how can someone be similar but completely different? It's like, oh well, it goes the rabbit hole goes deep,
Yeah.
very deep.
You could probably categorize people in like vocal types vaguely, energy types vaguely, but
Hmm.
in general, you're not going to get far without recognizing that everybody's different because even if somebody sounds exactly the same as someone else, that's not true. They
Yeah.
don't. And if you think they do, you're it's a disappointingly stupid way to think that if you
Yeah.
think somebody sounds exactly like somebody else, then I don't know. It's easy to confuse people's voices sometimes, but they're not exactly the same, and there's no real point in pointing that out either. So
Yeah.
you know,
I yeah. It's just I guess if I have to sit there and I enjoy giving advice. I've had to go from 5 viewers to where I am at now, right? Whereas uh, I'm a bit bigger and then I could probably sit down and get 10 to 15 people no matter what I stream, right?
right?
And that's only through Twitch, right? So I feel like I can give genuinely good advice on how to grow on Twitch.
Hmm.
And I'm not doing the advice that I would give, which
Yeah.
is clip as much as you can, grow on another platform, but also be live enough to where if you're posting on those other platforms, which you should often and consistently to get the best results, but you want to also pair that with being live enough to where if you post something and someone is curious, there's a good chance that if they check out your channel, you will be live. You
Yeah.
know,
That's a
and
that's a good way to see it, because I think about that sometimes, where the circumstances in which I've found somebody just out of nowhere, and I've
yeah,
like seen some sort of random post of like, oh, this person's model is cool. I'll go follow them, and on the off chance that they're live. And if I look at their VODs and I see like their last live like 2 months ago, it's over.
yeah.
Like it's over.
Mhm.
And they're still tweeting, like what's going on here?
Yeah, there's um I look at this and I sit down and I've always lived by this rule. As someone who only grows on Twitch and doesn't I used to post on YouTube, I don't anymore because I'm waiting to get an actual model. There's
Yeah.
a whole thing, there's a whole spiel for that. But how I've always looked at it is I think one of the best ways to grow on Twitch and only Twitch, um, because I've seen this work, is targeting niche games,
Yeah.
right? Growing an audience in a niche game, and you're probably thinking, Ruby, that's terrible because then they're not going to watch you do any other game. And you're not doing this to take everyone with you to another game. That's never going to happen,
No.
right? But you grow an audience of 10 or 15 people, right? And then you're sitting there and you have your 10 to 15 people, but you're like, oh, well, you've hit your cap, I'll say, you know, for a game. And then you move to another niche game. And I think a good metric there that I have found is, hey, if I do this, I would like to keep 10% of my viewers. So if you can go in and grow an audience of 10 people in one game, and then go to another and keep one of those viewers, you know, one of those viewers comes just for you, you know, that's good. And
Yeah.
you're essentially only targeting these games to grow, but the hope is that someone will be infatuated with who you are as a person past that game. And while
Yeah.
we want to target more than 10% of people, we want to shoot to at least keep 10%, and then eventually over time that 10% grows and you keep more and more people, and then look at that, you're a variety streamer because now you can, no matter what you choose or game you choose, you get 10 people, and you're going to be higher up on the Twitch list, and people will come to your streams and find you easier.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like that makes a lot of sense, because honestly, it's not something I've streamed frequently enough to actually see, but
mhm.
it's something that I've understood, that over time, some of the people that I recognize only came here for a specific game are still here.
Yep.
And so it must mean that I did something right. And I know that the only Venn diagram between all of those games is the fact that I was the one playing them. So usually, if somebody's already, if I recognize someone from another stream back in the day and they still came back, like that's kind of all I really want to see, is like
Yeah,
they thought it was worth their time to check out what else I was playing.
exactly. It's what did I have to say? I had something good to say. Oh, yeah, exactly. I remember.
Hmm.
Uh, th- it, I don't recommend doing this. By the way, because I think it's very mentally draining.
Right.
um, the tactic that I said, because you have to you have to be okay with knowing that you are going to get less viewers.
Yeah, of
Because
course.
when you switch, your fan base will drop, and that's just how it is when you switch games, right?
Yeah.
uh, some games perform better than others, some don't, but I think it is very nice to a lot of people get stuck in one game because they are afraid of resetting their progress. As someone
Hmm.
who's done that for, I think I'm on my third or fourth time doing it, building back up from taking the hit of, I think I was getting like 20, 25 average on like streaming zombies for like back in the day.
Oh,
Um, and then moving to Splatoon, getting obviously less, right? I think I've been on a track of 18 per month. If we're gonna talk analytics, which I'm okay with talking,
of course.
I've been 18 viewers average for the months, like the last 3 months, right? Maybe
Hmm.
17 here and there, but um, I had to rebuild back up from, you know, like 5 to 8 viewers to those. I think there was a point where um, I was hitting consistently close to 30,
Hmm.
or being in the 30s at times, and it's like I think it's hard, but realistically, it works out.
Yeah.
You are a good streamer, and you have to know you're a good streamer, right? You have to have that confidence, and as someone who's done it a lot, I'm telling you, like, you can do it. It's okay. You're gonna take an initial hit, but you're gonna have a 10 times stronger community and a 10 times better community if you're able to take that hit and keep the people that are only like there for you because they like you and not just for the game.
Essentially, it's putting people through a bit of a test because
Mm-hmm.
I I've even from the other side of it, having been in a lot of communities and like especially bigger ones, it's there are times where I will click off of a game. Or like if
Yeah.
they're playing a specific one and I don't really like it, then all right, well it's time to watch somebody else. There's always somebody
Yep.
else to go watch. But I I know that there are some streamers where no matter what it is they're playing for like the past 3 years, I will go watch and it's like
Yeah.
no matter what it is, I know they're going to make it fun even if it's not something I like. Even if it's Legend of Zelda. Like there's no like there's no
Hold on
way.
there. You're
There's
calling a couple people out here.
even if it's Legend of Zelda, like it would be crazy for me to watch anybody else play some of those games in my brain because that is the epitome of that is like the NyQuil of gaming to me. And not even in like a bad way. It's just like a really
Yeah.
relaxing game to watch. And so
Yeah.
it does genuinely put me to sleep. Like so I don't really tend to like to watch people
Yeah.
play that game because it's so relaxing that I start nodding off. But
Mhm.
I guess if you really need that, then that's good. But sometimes you want to stay awake, you know?
Yeah, I have two things to tell you.
It's like different
First of
energy.
all, first of all,
Hmm.
you heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. If you stream Legend of Zelda, Valena will never be in your stream.
Yeah.
Uh,
Number one hater of Link and Zelda. Hate all of them. Go on.
two, I'm just gonna say thank you because I know you were obviously talking about me. Maybe not the 3 years part, but obviously you were talking about me. You watch all my streams, right?
Yeah, every single one. Hmm.
Thank you. Yeah. See, this is how you know you're Valeno's a real one.
Big fan.
And I don't stream Zelda, so I'm in the clear.
Yeah.
I did for a while.
Did you?
For a while, but
Oh, that must
yeah,
have
I
been a
did
long
it
time
on
ago.
stream. Oh, it was in May. It was a long time before I knew you. I did 24-hour debut
Oh,
and played 19 hours straight of Tears of the Kingdom.
did you enjoy it?
It was hell. I
Okay.
love Tears of the Kingdom. I love Tears of the
Well,
Kingdom.
yeah,
The
but
game was not the problem.
nobody loves
But
19-hour streams if they're not used to
well,
doing that.
I was doing it. Well, I did a whole 24-hour for debuting the PNG, right?
Right.
And I got to the point where when I was gonna stream another game, everybody was just lurking. Right? So like I had a good viewer count the whole time, right? But it had been a while, so like when I tried to do community games, no one was there.
Oh.
They were all lurking. They were doing their thing because they were like, he's gonna be live 24 hours. You know?
Yeah. when they
And
get
so
used to
I was
that,
like,
it
yeah, I
makes
was just
sense.
like, I'm just gonna keep playing because nobody's here. I'm not gonna, like, I don't want to disrespect other people, but I'm not gonna like get out of my flow to play another game, and it's just gonna be me and one person who are already talking and vibing,
Yeah.
right? Like nobody cared, so I just continued to play, and I think eventually I got to the point of tiredness where if I switch games, I will pass out
Yeah.
because that requires me to use brain function that I did not have at the time.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I kind of thought while I'm off this week, I might try to do a really, really long stream, but I don't know yet because obviously JRPGs kind of lend themselves to doing a super long stream,
Yeah.
but it might backfire a little bit, and I don't really want to face consequences like that. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Maybe one day.
I think a nice old every now and then how do I say this? Stamina test
Yeah.
is good. To be like, okay, I can go this long and I know I can be comfortable going this long. And also I have to say we are trying to set up some cool stuff, but you specifically are trying to set up some cool stuff that I like.
Mm-hmm.
Of what's it called? You have this thing of like we were talking about this in the call the other day where you want to do streams of JRPGs because you love them, but you recognize that hey, there's a lot of grinding or going on with this. So I'm going to sit in the Bunopolis collab VC and allow people to just join me
Yeah.
and hang out. And I think that's really cool. And I think you're gonna hear this out of me a lot. I think a lot of people aren't taking advantage of these collabs that are so low key and so laid back, because that's just an advantage to. That's like an opportunity to meet somebody.
Yeah.
And the more people you meet in a group of 40 people, the better off you're gonna be because it will just let you meet a bunch of people that you could potentially do collabs with in the future.
Yeah.
And we have these things like we're trying to set up these study streams. I think we've only done one. You
Yeah.
did one with Celeste. I'm not as much as of a degen as y'all, so I'm usually asleep by the time you do them.
Yeah.
But
That
I
one
know
was an
I do a lot
outlier
of
though,
study streams.
but I
Yeah.
do intend to probably do them more around this time than anything else. But that time was like it was abnormal at best. So, you know,
It was, and I think people should take advantage of those. And I would like to see people take advantage of those times, even if they're not necessarily studying and they're just chilling out and playing a chill game.
yeah,
It's an opportunity to meet people, and I cannot harp on it enough. Meet people, get out of your shell, because you are going to have genuinely a good time with people more often than not if you just take the jump.
yep,
And so we need that to happen, and I think those are the perfect collabs to do it if you're on the fence of doing collabs in the first place. But
yeah. I think being able to just like take whatever work it is that you want to do on the side and hang out and do it. I feel like that's going to be able to be helpful in the long run for everybody because I need to give myself excuses to draw. I just don't do it on my own otherwise. And so there's plenty of chances that I have to do it, but I don't really tend to like to do it unless it's a stream. But then if I'm doing a drawing stream, I feel like I've almost gotten bored with myself in regards to that because I just don't really want to sit and actually be silent the whole time. Even though that's more true to myself as to what I would be doing when I'm drawing, I would like to be able to have other people there to either like liven up the stream or to just talk to or have them get some stuff done too. I think that'd be nice, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is. I can tell you, I do most of my. I have two channels. I have this one that we're streaming on now, where I do my more entertaining content. But
Mhm.
a lot of the times, after after a stream, I'll have homework, and I'll be like, let's pop up the second channel and let's do some homework on stream.
Yeah.
So it's a very helpful to be like, okay, well, y'all keep me keep me accountable, but
Mhm.
also like I know my ADHD is gonna get me off track. So when it gets me off track, I have people to talk to, and then I can get it out of my system instead of just sitting there and getting nothing done.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
so
think
it's
that
very
that should probably work with, like, if you're ending up doing the second stream while the
mhm.
study all is happening, that'd probably be perfect.
Oh, it literally is. If you're targeting around these times, then yeah, it will be essentially. It'll be like I try to do my study streams not too late, but um, obviously I suck at that. I'm very fueled by anxiety
Hmm.
uh, when it comes to homework and stuff. So I'll start around 8:30 to 10 p.m. You know, crank it out for like two. That sounds terrible. Work for 2 hours and
Crank
then
the homework out.
yeah, crank
Yes.
it over out. But no, that's a perfect time, and I definitely want to join for those because they just seem fun. I
Yeah.
like the group that we have
Hmm.
when it comes to Bunopolis.
Yeah. And I
Um,
think the people that are probably more frequent in some of the VC stuff, like that happens randomly, I think they'd be fun to, just join and vibe with or whatever.
mhm,
So
yeah,
most of the time, I don't think there's going to be any sort of. It's probably not going to get too crazy, but it might. Who knows? But
yeah,
I still think even with that, like, as long as people are, I'm not going to be a stickler about people doing their work during it necessarily, because even if it doesn't, I like the idea of there being a an excuse for a just chatting stream. I probably brought it up
yeah,
like a million times, but
yeah.
I can't just like turn one of those on and do it for no reason.
Mhm.
Like, I can't think of what to talk about. I do not talk to myself. That's I
Yeah.
can't. I don't know what it is, but I can't do it. I
I
don't know.
think I might have a good method for you. This is what I do to continue talking because I feel like if you're a small streamer and you take 1 to 2 minute gaps of talking where you're just focusing on the game, you're doing something wrong, right? So I have something that I call a reset question, and that is specific to anyone. Obviously, mine might be different than yours, but mine is, all right, chat, how you doing today? Or how are y'all doing today?
Hmm.
Right? Simple question. It gets people annoyed because they're like, you literally asked 10 minutes ago how I was
Hmm.
doing. It hasn't changed, right?
Yeah.
But the idea is that if people respond to that, they're like they say, "Oh, I'm good." I can be like, "Oh, what happened today?" Like I can engage them that way.
Hmm.
It pulls them back in from lurking to say, "I'm doing good." And then I can engage them about their day and what happened, and that creates conversation and leads down the rabbit hole again. But even if no one talks, even if no one's in the stream, I'm able to be like, "So, chat, how's your day going?" And then if no one responds, I'm like, "Well, this happened in mine."
Yeah.
And I can talk about that. And it's essentially a question that you can ask yourself at any point, at any low moment, where there's not much interaction, that you can then lead into talking about something else.
Yeah. But
It's very
see,
helpful.
I think it's interesting though, because those are techniques that I think definitely work for you, and they probably would
Yeah.
work for me as well. But I'm like all low moments. So, you know, I think people probably forgive me a little bit
Mhm.
because they're I I think more or less people just kind of want to hear me talk in general. So it might not
Yeah.
matter as much as for other people what I'm saying, as long as I'm saying something. And so
Oh
I
no,
think
not at all.
half the time I'm just sitting there like narrating what's going on screen, or just like,
Yeah.
for the types of games that I play, I try and just work through what's going on and try and explain it.
Mhm.
Because when I'm sitting there playing Arknights or whatever, and I understand that people are going to look at that and not understand what's going on, I get this tendency to try and explain it so that people know. And I don't even know if it's like a tutorializing thing or what, but I want to be able to do that for other types of games as well, especially with fighting games. I think I also do that there because
Yeah.
I like explaining what the opponent's doing and what I'm trying to do to counter it. I feel like that's fun.
Yeah. I definitely get that. And like I said, it's completely like your reset, quote unquote reset question might not even be a question, right?
Yeah.
It's completely
It's just like, look at this guy. Like, you know, that just
it's
kind of
completely
works.
unique to the streamer, right? Like
Yeah.
I do that because I'm constantly like my entire goal as a streamer is to I ask this question and it has been adapted by some people, mocked by others, not in a bad way, but
Mhm.
in a they're like they find it cute kind of way, right? But I always ask, or I try to always ask, how are y'all doing? How is your day going on a scale of 1 to 10, right?
Mhm.
Because my entire goal for streaming is, hey, I want to brighten up people's days. Like where
Mhm.
my days are usually extremely dark and well, getting vulnerable here. I'm like just dealing with extreme depression, suicidal thoughts a lot of the times. On days in, I'm like, I don't want people to go through what I go through.
Mhm.
So I want to be. I know I can't be a permanent light. I can't be a permanent solution, but um, my whole reason for asking that question and getting a response from it is I want to make people's day at least 1 point better. Right? If someone's at a 3, I want them to at least have a 4 by the end of stream. You know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
might go right back to a 3 after, but it just a momentary break from the storm that's life,
Yeah.
you know.
Honestly, I feel like if you're able to do something like that, then, you know, you done your job. You done your job. Wait, why would I say that like that? That's interesting. You've done your job, Ruby. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that just went
But
from a 5 to a 6.
but
But honestly, there's no I I do think about that at times though, because I remember there was one instance, not necessarily somebody saying that in particular, but they were saying that they missed when I streamed. And
yeah.
I felt it puzzled me so much because it's just like, oh, there's somebody that actually wanted me to be online. That's crazy to me. Like, I can't
Yeah.
fathom that in any sort of way. But at the same time, I feel that with other people. So, you know, it makes sense in my brain. It's just like I can't fathom the fact that somebody would think that about me.
Yeah, I have terrible imposter syndrome. And that is my biggest I think one of my biggest weaknesses as a streamer is that I can acknowledge that I think I am extremely entertaining.
Mm.
But when other people point that out, or when other people are like, "Hey, like you're my favorite streamer," that phrase, "You're my favorite streamer," I can never be like, "What?" I'm like, "What? Why?" Like I'm just a dumbass behind a camera. Like, uh, I'm just here to brighten up your day. I shouldn't be your favorite. Going as far as saying I shouldn't be. Like, there's so many more people ahead of me, and it's just uh, it's exhausting because I don't know if you like I don't know if you know this or anybody can relate to this. It's exhausting because you're constantly like you might be hearing these things, but you're rejecting them, and you have to take the mental energy to reject them,
Yeah.
but you can't accept them. So it's like you're sitting there and you're like, oh man, I want to be people's favorite, but then you're also self sabotaging yourself mentally because you can't believe that you're people's favorite, or not even favorite. You can't even like believe that, oh, people enjoy watching you, or uh, you know, people might want you to stream or something like that. Uh, it's just it sucks.
Yeah. I I almost feel like For me, it manifests a bit differently, and I'm sorry to hear that it processes that way for you, because unfortunately I relate to that in the sense of like there's a huge detachment that I have from this, and I feel like almost prevents me from caring enough to grow. But at the same time, I recognize that I'm really happy when people understand that. I'm happy when people like me, for sure. And I get it to some degree, but I also feel like there is no humanly possible way that I could actually be somebody's favorite.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've heard it maybe a couple times, like, but it just feels so weird that. Yeah. But I mean, it's encouraging at the same time of being like, well, it's probably not real. I guess I just like push it away to the extent of thinking like, well, that's something, I guess. Yeah, and so it's just really hard to acknowledge a lot of the stuff that people say about me. The one I do believe, and I feel like it's because it's been proven time and time again, is that people like my voice. I will hold that forever. Like I've been hearing that for a long time, and it's like that is the one thing that I can hold on to, is that something about it, even though I just think it's a regular old deep voice, and I know that people like hearing deep voices. That's it. Like I think I told you that my stepdad's voice is deeper than mine. Yeah. But there's something about it to where being able to hold on to that one thing, it almost provides like a weird baseline of thinking like, okay, well, if people just want to hear me say stuff, then I'm good. Like I can get on and not really feel all that much pressure about it. But then when I don't feel the pressure, then I don't really feel much attachment to the idea of growing, bigger or brightening people's days or having any sort of goal about making people's, happy. Yeah. Because it's like, I'm just here to really do whatever. And I think that interferes with the idea of being consistent. It interferes with the idea of, like we were talking about before, being clippable and all that. And so you kind of have to force yourself through that of like, all right, I need to stream, even though it's probably all the same that I didn't.
Yeah. And I think it gets easier to convince yourself to stream when you grow.
Yes.
And because you're like, oh, because a lot of the times when I wasn't, when I was, lower viewers, I'd be like, well, like only 2 people are going to show up, like whatever, what's the point? I'm just going to take the night off, right? But now I'm like, well, shit, I feel terrible for taking a night off because I know there's people that are that going to be there and genuinely want to watch me, right? But
see, I don't know. I just don't see it. Like I don't. Yeah. Even though I understand, like, no matter what, it seems like at least somebody shows up, and I feel like that's kind of always how I felt about everything I've ever done, as well. Like, if I do some sort of art, then as long as at least one person likes it, then I feel like I succeeded. So I just, it's almost like I have such low standards for myself and what success is that I just try and do whatever. And then if I've done whatever, then that's good enough for me. But I could always do better. And I feel like that's not something that quite clicks in my brain, of like always having to do better or needing to, because I just haven't had that kind of pressure in my life. in any sort of way.
Well, I'll say this. I think a lot of people will because I'm in the same boat, right? I know that it is very ignorant for me to think that if I have a stream of, let's say, 20 people one day, right, that I'm making every single one of those 20 people's days better,
Yeah.
right? It's ignorant to think that. Of course I'm not. Like, it's hard to make someone's day better, right?
Right.
But something you said stuck out to me there where it's like, if I'm happy if even one person likes the art I did or whatever,
Yeah.
right? A lot of people would say that's a bad mindset.
Yeah, it probably
or
is.
they might, right? But I say it's a safe mindset
Mm-hmm.
because there's that room because it's all in the way you think about it. It's how you perceive it. If you are saying, "Oh, I only want one person to be better," right? That's terrible. That's like you want to have a semi-growth mindset, right? Where it's like, or even just a growth mindset in the first place. There's different levels of it, right?
For sure.
But it's like, you're sitting there and you're thinking, if at least one person does it, that opens it up to, I want there to be more people that like my art. I want to have more people, right? But as long as I make one person's day, or as long as one person sees this and they're like, hey, that's good, then I'm not disappointed. And that helps a lot.
It does.
Because with streaming, it varies every single day.
Yeah.
And you are going to have good months and you're going to have terrible months. And being able to have not even that low, like having that low standard, but also that perspective of growing allows you to, take break. Well, let's be real. Or take breaks when you need to.
Yeah.
You don't have to stress over, oh, I have to be live, but you want to be live.
Yeah. I mean? And I feel like it's hard to jump the gap between wanting to do that because I just kind of want to do whatever I want to do. So I feel like I've gotten to the point where I really wish I had tried to do this earlier when I was so much more into gaming, because I think I told you that I kept the same YouTube channel where I used to post Soul Calibur videos every single day for like twice a day for 2 years straight. Like, I was so into that game. I played it every single day. And before that game, I played Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle every single day. I was sitting in lobbies. I was just battling people left and right. And I wish I still had that drive. I wish I was still that person when I got on camera, or when I got on, I wish I had started being a VTuber at that time. Because, I mean, 2018, getting in early, that would have been crazy. Yeah, imagine. But I think sort of at this time, the people that are still VTubers and the people that are still getting into it, despite, despite it being at the point in which it is currently, these are the people who really want to do it. Yeah. And so I feel a little lost sometimes because I wish I wanted to do it more, Like, I wish I liked gaming more. I wish I liked everything that I'm doing more. But my strange interpretation of what my depression is like a strange detachment from everything. And it works in my advantage in a strange way, but it does have its detriments because I literally don't even look at numbers at all. Like, I never do. Not even once. Like, I leave it all off. I leave it all off. And I know that I shouldn't, but like, I genuinely could care less because I've always just sort of slid myself through life thinking like, as long as there's one person, and even if that one person is me, that's happy with the artwork that I did, it makes you almost feel like you're practicing life so you can hand it to somebody else. Like, and that's a strange way to put it, but I feel like it's always the way that I've been. And don't know that I could ever really change that.
So what I see with you, I'll do it. I love people. I'm a people watcher. It's very hard to analyze some people, and
Hmm.
it pisses me off. But I try to. I hyperanalyze everybody, right?
Right.
Um, what I've seen from you is that this isn't going to be the most deep, but it's going to be so know that you are being noticed, right? You are taking steps to want to stream, right? Where
Yeah.
it's like you you don't necessarily you don't I think that it's a new wave of Twitch, right? Where Twitch back in the day, if you weren't gaming, you weren't popular, right?
Right.
But now you can do whatever the fuck you want.
You can.
And so
Within
I'm
reason.
seeing you, well, yeah.
Within reason.
um but I've seen you taking these steps to be like, I want to do this, but I also want to stream. So I'm going to create a stream that caters to both things that gets me excited to stream.
Yeah.
With study streams, with the whole JRPG things, you acknowledge that like, hey, I want to play these games that I've played before because I think it would be good content, but I've already played them, so they're not going to get the reaction that they want.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have these people talk to me so that I want to do these streams that I already wanted to do, but that gives me the reason to. So I will say your work is not going unnoticed. That's something important for every streamer to hear,
Yeah.
I think.
I tried it again today, actually. With Tales of Arise, I sat in there a little
Yeah.
bit. And what I noticed, the difference between the first time that I tried to play the game
Mm-hmm.
and this time was having some sort of suspense in my brain that there might be somebody else who comes in and is like, hey, what's all this then? And, they want to actually know about the game. And
Mm-hmm.
so my thinking was like, because I'm actually starting over the game, but there's potential that somebody might actually see it. Because I mean, back when I was trying to play it, I wasn't really. I don't think really there was very many people around, or like even the possibility. Because I feel like
Mm-hmm.
no matter what, there's 40 people in Bunopolis. There might
Yeah.
be somebody with some free time that wants to stop by, and somebody did, and somebody who was from back then out actually also stepped in, and so
Oh,
it was just
nice.
like people from old, from new,
Mm-hmm.
hanging out, and it was nice. Like I
Yeah.
like this environment of the potential of there being somebody with some free time to drop by and watch a
Yeah.
JRPG for a little bit, because
Yeah.
I feel like that just makes it more fun. And there's the
Mm-hmm.
possibility of like bringing on other people, specifically of like scheduling it a bit more so that people
Yep.
know when it's going to be. Like, I feel like that's a nice way to compromise doing something else that I
Yep.
know that I like, because I love the Tales series a lot. Like, it's my favorite JRPG series by far.
I'll have to
And
recommend someone to you then.
Oh, well, I think it for free
Or
breaks Final Fantasy in half. Like, it's so much better.
yeah.
Everything about it. But I also want to see like the other side of it. I want to play some of the Final Fantasy games. I genuinely have I want to install Final Fantasy 15 and give that a chance. Like,
Okay.
everything's on the table for me in terms of that. Like, it's going to take so much time, but I think it's going to be so much more fun if I,
Yeah.
share that burden with somebody else,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will say I was going to join, but I was kicking Ronan's butt in Mario Kart. So
Ah, yeah, you had your duties, huh?
I hate to say it, Ronan, but I came in there and I won the majority of my races,
Mm-hmm.
unless I got cracked up on a monster and didn't want to sit there and be all over the place and in a
Fair
chiller
enough.
stream. So I kind of recognized that, and I was like, well, I'm going to talk to him in a couple hours. And while that didn't happen, obviously we're here now.
Yeah.
Um, I wasn't ready for the vibe of that stream since I had drank that monster and all jittery and having to talk and
Yeah, of
all those
course.
things.
Like I do want it to be voluntary. So,
Yeah.
it, I don't want people to feel obligated to just be there just because I'm there. Cause like it's kind of like it's a strange ask as well. Cause usually JRPGs are solo experiences. And so I understand if there's people who might not want to come in and do like the commentary over
Hmm.
top, or they're, the next time that somebody starts, they're going to be coming in the middle. And I want to give them a summary of,
Yeah.
what's happened up until that point. And I do feel like the game, it does a good job because this one in particular has like the campfire scenes where you can go watch old cutscenes. You can actually
Oh.
sit there and catch people up that way. And so I want to actually, I want to see what it's like with somebody else coming in there. And, these are, maybe it's just, I don't feel like I'm super creative with my stream ideas. And so I want to jump on anything that I can that's not just like me sitting there playing a game. But at the same time, if I'm going to be sitting there playing a game, it's probably just going to be Arknights anyway. So, I want
Yeah.
to be able to branch out because I don't really have very many games that I have like a. I don't have like a central game that I've really returned to as much as I have with
Yeah.
Arknights. But
Hmm.
I don't really want that to be my main content either. So,
Oh yeah.
it's kind of hard to do that, especially when you don't have a bunch of money to be able to spend and make it all gambly.
Yeah. I will say I think I'm in a good place with that where um a lot of my people, I'll be honest, they have a Splatoon bias. They do.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not saying that I stream mainly Splatoon. Obviously, the people that come to me are gonna be mainly Splatoon people,
Yeah.
right? But it genuinely shocks me how many of them stay around for the latter half of Thursday streams where I do variety, and then come for the variety streams as well.
Yeah.
It's very nice to have those things that you're doing and have that fallback game, but it's also dangerous to have that fallback game. So I think if you're not prepared to see that shift in viewership, like I said, with that mindset, if you're not prepared for that, I think it's more detrimental than it is actually helpful. So the fact that you're sitting there and you're trying to do these different games that you want to stream in the first place, but give it a style that makes it very fun for you to do it,
Yeah.
even if like you said, even if people don't show up, you're like, oh, your mind is constantly in this state where it's like, oh, but someone might, and
Yeah.
then I might be able to I'll be able to tell them about a game I really like, or and educate them more on this thing, right? And
Hmm.
that just keeps you at a constant level of excitement, because of that curiosity, because of that unknown, and you're really taking the unknown and running with it,
Yeah.
instead of letting it hurt you, which a lot of streamers do let the unknown hurt you. A lot of people are scared of it. You use it to, enjoy your streams more,
Yeah.
especially when you're low on motivation to do it. It sometimes is a good way to do it.
Hmm. It's strange though, because it's like I would almost not even put it as like low on motivation to stream. It's just like in my brain, streaming and not streaming are like the same to me. Like I could do without it sometimes, and I could do with it sometimes. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't really. It actually surprises me how I've never really been nervous to stream. I know that I hear that a lot of people are,
Yeah.
and I feel like it makes a whole lot more sense for people to be nervous to do this. But
Yeah.
I've never actually been that nervous to go onto a stream unless it's a collab, kind of. Sometimes I feel
Yeah.
like streaming a collab makes me nervous sometimes because I don't know what people are going to say.
Yeah.
But also, there's like, if I don't know the person yet, I usually will only really accept collabs with people that I feel like I know that I'm already going to vibe with. So I don't really get nervous for that so much as I hope that it carries well. And I hope that I don't even know that it's a strange thing for a streamer to say, but I don't know that I really care if people watch or not. Like, that's bad. That's actually bad to say and to do. But whether or not people are watching, it doesn't really affect as much how much fun I'm having, because I want to have fun with the person. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, it's really great for chat to be there. And especially for the games that I really want to show people. Like, those are the ones that I know where if I'm playing this game and I want to talk with somebody about it, I want to be able to talk with the chat about it. Like, that's it's really important to me. But then I really wish that I had more of a desire to like go out and grab those people and shake them and get them to be there. Like, I know that that's what a streamer is supposed to do, but when in my brain it's the same to stream and not to stream, then it makes me feel like, all right, well, it happened, it didn't happen, whatever, time to do the next one. And that's not a good thing to do. So I realize that that's probably why people have like more of a support system than just themselves. And I feel like Bunopolis has been kind of that support of these are the people that I want to not impress so much as like I want it to be worth it, the fact that they got me, you know?
Yeah. I think there's that certain point where it's like a lot of people might think this might be a common thing of where you join a group and you're like, I want to be meaningful to this group. I don't want to be essentially, I'll say this, a waste of space.
Yeah.
It's because like you are taking a spot that somebody else could have had, especially now when how I'm looking at it is like they're like, you know,
there's tons of big bunny VTubers that they could have gotten other than me if they really wanted to like target people.
Yeah, but it's like now that especially since we've closed off applications for now for Bunopolis to kind of get our feet below us before we continue. I want to make it clear that I deserve one of these 40 something slots.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want it to be like, hey, you joined, but where are you? Kind of thing. It's like, you join this and other very talented streamers could have had this spot. So it's like you're in this group, you made the conscious decision to apply and join the group. Make the best of it, man. Because you have this support system that's completely different from any support system you're ever going to have. You have a group of streamers that all want to be there.
Yeah.
That all want to support you.
You all signed up for this.
Yeah, so it's like, why not take the most of it and run with it, man? That's why you see... I hate to be that guy, but that's why you see me in a lot of collabs. Like, that's how... I feel like, as much as I would like to say that not many people in Bunopolis know me, I feel like I get recognized a lot because everyone's seen me in, like... there are a lot of collabs that I've gone on, and it's very common that I am one of the people that will join your thread if you make a collab, because I'm trying to make the most of it. Because I want to be worth that spot, and I think that's an amazing thing to bring up, because you don't talk about that a lot. It's like, I think it can be seen in a negative way, but I think we're looking at it in a positive way. It's like, you know, people in Bunopolis, bro, like, get out there. Have fun with the people. You have the support group. That's absolutely amazing. Different from anything else. You have me and Voleno, as long as you don't stream Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. In which case, I will never watch. Ever. Not once.
Yeah, but I think that...
No, there is a point of like, I do feel as though... I get it if people join and they just sort of want to vibe and all that. And so, this is not a lasso of like trying to get people to do things out of their comfort zone or anything like that. But I feel like personally, I've taken the opportunity to understand that if I am left in my normal state, I will just sit on my hands and do nothing. Like if I was not out there trying to set up collabs with a bunch of people. I wasn't even really going to do the podcast or anything like that. I had a podcast idea of my own, and I had contacted a few people for it, but the motivation that I've had for this one has been tenfold, because it's like I want to be able to show all these cool people off, and to everybody in like a digestible format of like, here's this episode, here's how they think on a bunch of different things, here's what they cook, here's what they drink, here's what they, and obviously we're not getting into any of that, but like I just want people to be able to know, and I feel like that's been a fun thing to be able to point to, of like something that I've been able to help with the impact of all of this. And even if it's been attributed to me, like there's a lot of people that help to make this happen. And it's been really nice to, I think people probably know me in particular because they've heard me one way or another, but I'm glad that it's known specifically for the podcast, because I'm happy to be able to show people off to other people.
Oh yeah. And one thing that I absolutely love about every single bunny in Bunopolis is the people and seeing them talk in Lapin Lounge.
Yeah.
Genuinely being excited and asking who's this week's episode, like who's being released, and when it releases, being like, hell yes, dude, I'm so ready for this episode.
That makes me happy.
It's so nice because you can just everything that I've seen, or well, I'm not gonna say everything, but most like I'd say about 95% of what I've seen out of this group has reaffirmed my my choice of joining this group.
Yeah.
And I have absolutely zero regrets. I will say this is the first time ever that I've said that about a group, where I sit there and I'm like, oh, there's really, like, there's suggestions that I would make, and that's my question for you, but we'll get into that later, right? Is there's some suggestions I'd make for that I think would be cool, but genuinely there's nothing about this group that I'm like, hey, knock it off. Right?
Yeah.
I think, having that opportunity, like, there's no criteria for being in this group. The only criteria for this is, hey, please be actively streaming.
Yep.
And if you're going to take a break, please let us know. We're not going to kick you if we know you're going to be inactive, right? But you have to communicate with that like that. But as long as you're actively streaming, you can be a member of Bunopolis if you're, like, obviously if you're a bunny, right? Or some form of it, right? Obviously there's that, but it's so laid back and you have that opportunity. And there's no pressure to be like, hey, you have to collab. Hey, you have to do this. You have to meet these numbers. You have to be like...
Yeah. I think it would take all of the life out of it if we were trying to be that way, because honestly, we wouldn't even be giving ourselves a break. Like that, and that just like, that would make me so sad if we started to turn into that sort of a thing of like, I don't feel like I'd be all that comfortable with it if we were pushing people into doing all this stuff rather than just organically doing it. Because I'm very happy that it's turned out this way, where we feel lax enough to be like, all right, here's a suggestion of a collab. And, we're going to do like this sort of week, and we are encouraging people to do, more collabs with each other, but we don't have to do everything. It's not all dictated out. Like, I'm very happy that it happened that way rather than any other sort of strange way it could have gone. Like, I'm glad there's not a bunch of money behind this, or like we're trying to meet some sort of quota, or we're trying to do some sort of investment return. Like, let's just relax and have this group and be able to support each other.
Yeah.
I feel like that's been nice.
It has been, and so I will say, like, I think we're at an advantage with, since we're like,
Very themed.
instead of like an well, yeah, but I think we have the advantage of having a in large mass of people.
Yeah.
You can't really, if it was a group of 5 people, I could see it crashing and burning. I'm gonna be honest with you,
Honestly,
because there's more opportunities to get jealous. There's more opportunities but like, dude, we're all just chilling.
yeah.
And we have so many people that it's like, okay, well, you're not gonna get jealous because half the time you might not even interact with that person, right?
Yeah.
But there's so many opportunities since we have all those people.
It's got huge potential, I guess is the way that I would put it. It's like, there's a lot of people that I would not have had the opportunity to talk to, yourself included. Like, I would not have known who you were if you had not joined the group. Like, let's be real here. There's hundreds, if not thousands, if not probably nearing 1 million VTubers, like, around the world. At this point, it's blown up to the point where you could point to any spot on the map and you'd have to brush off like 6 different VTubers that clung to your finger. Like, it's dense. Like, there's a bunch of people and a lot of them are tweeting. A lot of them are getting into crazy stuff. Like, there are people who do different things in order to elevate themselves, to get along in this business. And a thing I do appreciate about Bunopolis in particular is that I feel like we're not pushing people to do the rat race or whatever. Like, we're just kind of here for each other. And that's all that I feel like I really want from this, is just to have a place to actually be able to support each other. That's it.
Yeah, and I think one of the amazing things that I love about Bunopolis, on top of everything we said, is I'll specifically say the Bunopolis help channel.
Yeah.
I've seen used in a very, very constructive way, especially recently,
Mhm.
where you see people, they're like, hey, like, I think one recently was, how do you go about choosing games? Do you look at it numerically? Do you just play what you want? Do you go off of what chat feels? And being able to ask a question and get all of it might not be everybody responding, but getting some in-depth answers from so many different creators is fantastic, because as we pointed out before, there's no creator that is the same as another.
Yeah.
So you get a ton of different views. You can form an opinion not based on one opinion, right? Which is, that opinion could be completely different from yours, even if it's good advice. Like, I think I give good advice. Could I help someone that's completely different than me? Probably, but I don't know how to. My advice might not completely cater to them, or how I put that advice, because I'm completely different from them.
Yeah.
So having those different things and those different people for the support group is great.
Yeah.
And another thing I like is it just so happens to seem like we've established a monthly Goose Duck collab.
Yes.
Right. And I like that.
Yeah.
And so my question for you is, we're going to spin this to, I talked about, there are some things that I would suggest for Bunopolis, or that I would like to see. I want to ask you, is there anything you would like to, as the person that owns the podcast, is there anything that you would like to see come out of this group that we are not doing, but you think could be cool to do?
Well, if I had a longer thought about that, I'd probably be able to give a more in-depth answer. But I think One thing I would like to almost do myself is literally just get more art of people with each other. I really want there to be like a cool splash art of like everybody, but that's not possible because I also know that there's different groups of people that play together more frequently. There's no secrets about that. There's people who knew each other before getting into this or anything like that. But I think what I do love about it already is that there's like a unified sort of branding of like the blue and the purple and such.
Yep.
I feel like that already gives an interesting bit of unity, especially since we're able to look at that in different color palettes and still tell that it's like a Bunopolis thing. I like that those little color swaps released recently, but the other part of it that I think of is like we gotta figure out something to do with that main channel. I cannot think of what to do. Like it's difficult, and I think there's a lot of genuinely there's a ton of VTuber companies that just have a dead main channel, even like really really major ones, where compared to their members, they don't really have anything to do with any. It's odd. Like I don't know how to really solve that, because I was originally thinking of trying to air the podcast on there, but they changed the rerun system, so there's not actually I think there's not really a way to put it on there. I think you might be able to we might be able to upload the episodes as highlights on there, and I think that's maybe it. Like I might have to see, but otherwise other than organizing like some sort of game show thing to do on the Bunopolis channel, I think that would be fun. That's something that's been like multiple people have had one idea or so that's kind of like that. And so if we're able to come up with like collabs that can run on that channel, just so it's not totally gone, I think that would be fun, because everybody knows where, well, we're doing probably more to elevate the name of Bunopolis, but then we're not. I've been probably the most like consistent weekly thing in regards to Bunopolis that uploads on the YouTube channel. So it's like kind of like the home of the clips and the podcast at the moment. But these are all things that require a bit more people volunteering their time, and so it's hard to really like ask for more to happen without more things happening just by themselves. So
I think
there's not really like a specific idea that I can pick out other than just wanting to do more in general.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. I think we have this amazing opportunity to use this Twitch channel and bring all these communities together. And I think there's good things with this, right? I'm going to touch on the social aspects but also the analytical aspects of it too. When because before I was in the group, what's it called? I am trying to think of it. Before I was in the group, I watched the
debut
debut of the group. On my second channel. You know, while I was doing stuff, and I was like, because at that point I had already debuted or not applied to the group, right? So I was like, okay, let me go see what this is all about, as a lot of people did. And that stream popped off.
Yeah, it did.
And that was when it was a lot smaller.
Yeah.
And so I think on an analytical line, we have the opportunity to merge 5 communities, get a lot of numbers on that, and then therefore it'll get boosted more,
Hmm.
and people will see that we're streaming on that, and they'll find Bunopolis that way,
Yeah.
and then they'll be able to join the Discord and support, or they'll be able to go to our website and see all the members and pick from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then on the social side, I think it would just be nice to. I think a lot of people would join in a lot more if we had established uh, main channel series. You know, like I don't know,
What do you
maybe
mean?
like a like you mentioned a game show, or like I think uh, there was talks about doing a Monopolis D&D campaign, or a Baldur's Gate 3 thing,
Oh
or
yeah.
just these like
I guess that would
not even,
work.
yeah, just like we have some series that go on so that it's the channel's not ever dead, or I won't say dead, underutilized, right?
Yeah.
That there's something going on at least once a month, right?
Yeah.
But then also we have people like Celeste, where I think this is going to be on the main channel. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Pokemon event, right?
Yeah, I think
That
so.
they're doing a Pokemon tournament on the main channel, um, and we're able to utilize it that way, right? Where we have a lot of the Bonopolis members come in, new or old, and they're able to go to something official. They can go and relax there and not have to stream it. They can
Yeah.
just go, you know, uh, chill out and contribute to the group that they want to be a part of, to grow that, so that we can all eventually benefit from it.
Hmm.
Um, and I think we can have a couple of those running series to utilize the channel, but then also hit on things like how we do Goose Goose Duck once a month, right? Where it's like, you know, plan in advance these official Bonopolis events,
Yeah.
right? That it won't be a series, but like the Pokemon event, it'll be streamed on the main channel, where we can grow that channel, get good clips from that channel, fuel the YouTube with those, and just genuinely socially engage the 40 plus members that we have.
Yeah.
More people are going. I feel like a lot of people would be inclined to do something like that. And
Hmm.
while I think the Pokemon thing would be a test, and not everybody's into Pokemon, uh,
I'm
I
not.
think, well,
Never
that's
have
another
been.
thing to add to the list. If you don't stream Pokemon, if you want Voleno in your chat.
Hates
Uh,
Nintendo entirely.
yeah, well, I stream Splatoon, so yeah, biased, but
Hmm.
but I think that would be a very interesting way to do it, and obviously, uh, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that y'all probably haven't thought about that,
Yeah.
but
It's coming.
there are people willing. I guarantee you, out of the people in this, there are people that are probably willing to do it.
Yeah.
And even if it's like, say, I run a game show, I think Sachi, like being a magician, like styled Bun, would be perfect to do a game show,
Yeah.
right? And have that be like an official thing. And I know there's complications with that. There's a whole trust system with that, but
Yeah.
just having like a
It
more
is a
streams on that
channel
and
that
more
we
events.
physically have to pass around the information for. So I do
Yeah.
think there's obviously going to be issues with like how everybody can stream one thing. And I
Yeah.
do feel like I would like to try and do some of that, especially for like getting a POV for Goose Goose Duck. I feel like that's probably pretty easy, right? Like
Yeah.
you could just have somebody, even if it's somebody doing spectator mode, like they could just, we could have somebody in that maybe doesn't really want to talk, but is able to just like be the cameraman for the Goose Goose Duck thing and go around to people. I
Yeah.
think that would be great.
Exactly. So like little ideas like that, I think we can do, and I think since we're such a large group, I think we can organize things like that.
Yeah.
And
You can
it's
try and
very hard, right?
designate cameramen every once in a while for like certain events. Like
Yeah.
I think that would basically be a good way to think about it. Of like
Yeah.
we're hiring a cameraman
Yeah.
almost.
But for things like that, because he mentioned obviously we have to pass around the information. That's bad. That's hard to trust people. Uh, I think for those established series, you get someone trustworthy for him. Like
Yeah.
if Sachi were to do a game show, you know, have him be the game show guy.
Yeah, of
You
course.
know, like only necessary. I would say it's hard to, but only have the carrot council necessarily. There are different ways to do this, right? But I think a lot of the carrot council knows a lot. They know a lot of people.
Yeah.
They have a lot of sway. They could be the ones that they're already leaders of the group. They could establish events just like Celeste is doing.
Yeah.
And then if you have these running series where you have to introduce someone else, make them that guy. Like you do the podcast, Sachi can do. I keep saying Sachi. Whoever wants to do the game show, whoever,
Yeah, of
like, you
course.
know what I mean. But that person be that, and like, but make sure that person's like, don't give it to someone who's been there like a day.
Yeah,
You know what
of
I mean?
course. Yeah.
And setting up like a criteria to be like, okay, if you are going to hold an event and you will be the one streaming on the main channel, you have to meet these criteria.
Of course. I do
To
feel like
be
there's going to
a
be sensible ways to vet people for whatever it is that they might need to do. Because obviously, some people have been around for longer, but we also just kind of understand, like,
yeah.
they're not going to just like run away with it and do something
Yeah.
stupid. And if they do, I mean, what? We'll just delete them from the face of the earth, like everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Simple.
We just bury their bodies, like really easily.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Brushing that off. But I mean, I completely agree, right? Where it's I think we have so many cool things we can do with that channel.
Mhm.
And I think we should be doing something with that with that channel.
Yeah. I think we're probably going to be like the next time we get a chance to talk about it. It's definitely a discussion to have because it's like, it's there and everybody's sort of going along doing their own thing for a little bit. But I would love to be able to meet some more of the people. Like,
Yeah.
Even if it's not like dragging everybody into it, like
Well, we can never do that.
involuntarily, like
Yeah.
obviously, like there was literally, I looked and I saw somebody in like the live channel that it's like, I've literally never seen this person before. But then there's other people that I really like them, but I have not had a chance to collab with them at all. Like there's a,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, I don't have to name specific people, but like I see Canty streaming every single day almost. And
I love Canty.
Canty's awesome, and I've never gotten a chance to talk to them.
I know.
And I realize that there's so many of these chances where I have to realize that, like, all right, well, we're both in the same group now, and so if I have some sort of idea for that, then I can see what I can do. Like, I still have an adjustment period in my brain of like, oh wait, yeah, that's right, I could do that. Like they probably might know who I am. They're not going to be like weirded out to receive a message from me. I don't think.
Yeah.
I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always that insecurity of like, am I bothering somebody? Are they gonna be mad that I sent them a message? But now you can send silent messages in Discord. I don't know if they've tested that out entirely. Did they?
I do not know. For me, I always personally, if I receive a lot of self promo messages out of nowhere. Like
Ooh,
I'm like, who the
gross.
hell are you? Like, and it'll be artists as being artists. I get the grind, right? So I don't get mad,
Oh.
right? Like,
Oh no, some of those are literally bots.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, I've had somebody tell me that they're trying to feed their daughter, and I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, okay, dude.
I
Sure.
haven't gotten crazy ones like those. I'll just be in a bunch of streamer discords and they'll be like, trying to self promo. So
Yeah.
like I get it, but I have to be like, no, I have my artists, like stuff like that. But I typically, if I get a message request, I'm like, who the heck is this person? Like, let me check the servers I'm in. So if I randomly got a DM from you and I didn't know, I would have, checked like, mutual friends, mutual servers, and if I saw you in Bunopolis, I would have been like, okay,
Yeah.
Who is this? And then I would have been able to see you're a Carrot Council member, you're part of it. So I feel like they would connect the dots.
Hopefully.
I think you specifically have a leg up because everybody knows about the podcast, or I hope everybody knows about the podcast.
I hope so. I mean, it's got its own channel and everything. Like, it's the only thing on the main channel.
It'll be in the, that's why you're, yeah. But
yeah. No, I get that people would probably know me, but I just have this thing in my brain, like always, where it's like, oh, I'm just a guy. Like there's nothing. It's not as though I don't see the podcast as special, but and honestly, I've had a ton of fun doing it and everything. But I get it that it's not gonna be something that everybody watches because not everybody watches podcasts. Like. Yeah. It's just the long and short of it.
Yeah. I'm going to say this because you deserve this. I think you just got to get over it.
Of course.
You know what I mean? It's one of those things where coming from getting to know you over, I'd say since the Goose Goose Duck thing, I feel like that was the introduction into, us not necessarily getting to know each other, but getting more comfortable with each other on a content level. And then I'm that idiot that's like, hey, I want to meet people, so I'm gonna go stream my game in the Bunopolis General VC so that I can meet more members.
Yeah.
And you popped in then and then we like talked for hours. So it's just like I get there's that weird stigma, but if you really want to reach out, then and you really like someone's content, I'd be like, maybe go to their stream first, drop them a follow, be like, yo, what's up? Like,
yeah,
gotta support. Like, I'm always like, gotta support my fellow buns, which I find so cringe, and I hate doing it. But I'm like, I want them to know, I'm not just another random viewer. As mean as that might sound to everybody else, it's like, I am a part of Bunopolis. I want you to know that, hey, you being a part of this group is getting you other supporters from that group.
Yeah, right? And I appreciate it when people do it to me as well, because it's like, oh yeah, they're from that. Yeah, I recognize them. It just makes sense.
Gives them the satisfaction of knowing their decision was worth it.
Yeah.
But also, then if they know I'm from the group and they've seen me in chat, I can be like, yo, I liked your vibe. You want to collab, kind of thing, right?
And I will be 100% honest. The first thing that I heard from you, and not even about the whole laugh thing, it was just like, oh, this guy's crazy. And that's the first thing that I thought. I didn't know anything about the they them or anything like that at the time, but it's like this person's insane. That's the first thing that I noticed, and I was like, all right, that's cool. Right.
Yeah, I definitely have a vibe around. If you need a person to come to your collab and liven the mood and get the energy, I'm definitely the person.
Yeah.
But I also am able to. I pride myself on being able to match energies.
Of course.
So like if I can get the vibe. If you want a more chill scenario, you saw it the other day, like off stream and especially during this, like I'm able to match that. Oh, let's just chill.
Yeah.
But also, if I know, like for Goose Goose Duck. Dude, there was no way I was not destroying my voice.
Hamming it up is hilarious for that. Like, that's the moment that you do that. And I feel like I envy that level of energy because I don't have that in me at all. Like, I'm just so tired all the time. And, it's to the point where coffee literally puts me to sleep. Like,
yeah.
I don't even know if that's a thing or what. I know that happens to some people. Oftentimes, they have some sort of other neurological thing going on. It'll just like put them to sleep instead of actually wiring them up. But honestly, I don't know. Can you imagine me screaming?
No.
Like it's not going to happen.
I can
I
only imagine you screaming in a very scary circumstance where you were extremely, like, genuinely pissed, and like being afraid of that moment.
I tell you, there was okay. Yesterday, there's there's an event in Arknights where you have to basically stack all of these levels of difficulty onto the run that you're doing. And there was a point yesterday where I got so angry that I punched myself in the thigh repeatedly for like
Oh my god.
30 seconds. I was so angry that I desk slammed on my leg. That's how mad that I got at that game. But it's like, it's so specific for me to even be that animated about anything. And I tell you, if I were playing fighting games more often, then it would probably come out a bit more. But
we're doing Guilty Gear stream with you. Got it?
You know, it might be a good idea. It might not be a good idea, but I think, honestly though, for Guilty Gear, it's something that I know that I've never really quite properly learned. So it's for games that I know that I should be doing well. That's when I start getting mad, because it's like I should be doing better with myself.
I get it.
Yeah.
So you are how I describe you is you are that friend that is extremely hard to piss off, but you never want to see them pissed. And I think we're similar in that light, where it's extremely hard to piss us off, but you immediately regret when you piss that person off.
Yeah. And I feel bad when I get angry, because it feels stupid, you know? It's like, all right, I shouldn't have lost my patience. Like, you know.
Sometimes you just snap, man.
But sometimes it's like, I think it's a serialization of the idea of pushing down so many emotions, because when you feel like you have to do that in order to function for so long, then it comes out somewhere. It's not going nowhere. Like, and
it always comes out on the wrong person too.
Yeah, I always feel bad about that. One of the people that I've talked to the longest, a person I would consider my best friend, I used to be so mean to them. And like, I will look back in like shame at how mean to them I was, but then I will remember what was going on at the time. And it was like, oh, that's what I was doing. I was letting that come out on somebody who I would later consider one of my best friends. And I feel ashamed about that, because it's like, they were just trying to be nice, and I was just being really angry about stuff for no reason.
Yeah, you perfectly described my relationship with one of my probably one of the people I'm closest to, my boy Josh. Josh, I know you're not watching this and you never will, but much love, baby. I clown on that man so hard. I am so unnecessarily cruel to that man. But but also there's on the tail side of we have gone to each other for some of the deepest shit.
Yes.
And
same.
We know that when it comes down to it, I was wasted one night, and this dude was telling me this shit, and it was very deep, right? And I literally took the time, and knowing that, like, I might be wasted, I might not be able to text, but he's so important to me that I took the time at the middle of like a hangout with my friends, like a quote unquote party for us, not really a big one, but just hanging out with friends. While I'm drunk, to step aside, go into the next room, and just I sent him like 3-4 minute long voice memos, just being like, dude, like just pumping him up, and like, so it's like I feel like that's kind of similar to what you were happening.
Yeah,
it's like some things now, like I look back on it, some things now I wouldn't have said back then, like I wouldn't have gone as far as I did.
Yeah, same here.
You know.
But I mean, there was definitely like an interesting way in which I met this person, but I don't even think I want to talk about that on stream, honestly, because there's like the way in which I've met most of my friends. I'll be real with you. It's been through commissions. It's been through art
Oh, for
commissions.
real?
Yeah, and it's like
That's hype.
I'll keep talking with the person afterwards, and it's like
Hmm.
you blink and then it's been like 8 years and you're still talking to the same person, and it's like, oh yeah, you've still been around for this entire
Yeah.
time. That is crazy.
I
I've never really seen that happen very much, but it's happened.
Yeah, so I will tell you, I will say my story for meeting
All right.
one of my mods. He's like that entire group are like siblings to me, and I love them to death.
Mm.
But I met him. His name is William, and I met him, and I've known him since 2013,
Oh wow.
which is crazy.
10
I
years.
think it's 2013. Yeah, 2013, I think. Um, how I found him is I had just gotten back into Wizard 101.
Okay. How most good stories start. Go on.
And I was curious one day because I didn't use Twitch much, but I was like, I used it for bigger streamers at the time,
Hmm.
and I was like, I wonder if anyone is streaming this game that I like, right? And so I searched up Wizard 101, and he was streaming uh, Wizard 101 that day, and I was a fan of him for a while, right?
Hmm.
The first stream I ever went in. He doesn't want me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you this anyway, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And he's listening right now, William. I am going to tell this story. Um, I, along with another one of his old viewers, he doesn't stream anymore, but forced him to sing the Bubble Guppies theme song the first time I ever met him.
Well, yeah, that's lifelong friendship.
Yeah, and so that turned into us getting it. This dates it, right? We got into a Skype call,
Oh,
and I remember
I
that is the
remember.
one ever time I fanboyed, because I was like, dude, I watch this person every time they stream, right?
Hmm.
I love their content, right? Um, and dude, we just talked every day after that. Like we have, they are the, I have to say they're the one consistent group in my life that has my back no matter what. And I have had the privilege of meeting those amazing people twice now, and even being in William's line at his wedding, being one of the
Wow.
groomsmen. So I don't think I've ever cried that hard in my life. Seeing the uh, him and his wife get married, because his wife is also a part of the group, right?
Hmm.
We don't discriminate. It's not one of those things, right? Where it's like, oh, we don't talk to your wife. Like the wife won't let you game.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
he, you know,
that's weird. It's like a very
yeah,
50s way of thinking. Some people still think
yeah,
that way, sadly, but
yeah. But she is like, no, if they're gonna hang out, she's gonna be the one of the people that are there, right?
yeah.
So being able to meet them and uh, it's not necessarily a send off to him, but it felt like one, right? Because you realize you've known this person since 2013. They've been with this person for years. These are the two people that we like knew in the group. Hey, they're getting married. Like, when's it gonna happen? Then it finally happens, right?
Hmm.
And you just it hits you in that moment of like seeing them dance on the floor after, you know, the whole after saying their vows, saying I do, and all after all that. I'm getting emotional thinking about it because I love them. It's
Yeah.
just like you've known this person since 2013, and you know you're not going to be able to talk to this person as much as you were before, but to know that you have something so genuine and so just real and deep with somebody, um, to have closed the distance from North Carolina to Texas over,
Oh wow.
um, it hit me, man. It hit me hard, and it still does. And I think that's like, um, I think that's when I was like, I don't want to say like fully accepted in the group, but like everybody got really comfortable with me in that time.
Yeah.
Like I think that was the breaking point. Like they literally saw me sobbing over this group. I think any doubts about me not caring about these people out the window after that, bro.
Hmm.
was I was a mess that day. But it's cool to see that you can meet these people doing these weird hobbies that you have, and then it just develops to 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell?
Wizard 101.
Yeah. No. Fuck that game.
And that's how Wizard 101 made me cry. Over 10 years later.
That's a good TikTok right there.
Yeah.
Do it. Like one of those minute-long... Oh, no, I couldn't do that anymore.
No. That would, well, you'd have to put your voice through the SpongeBob filter and have Subway Surfers running off the side. Ugh. I hate that place.
Yeah, but, the Minecraft parkour.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. That's almost a conversation for like another day. How much I...
Oh, yeah.
See, all right. Okay, I'm just going to put my gray beard on. How did that one not die?
What, Wizard 101?
No. TikTok.
No. Oh, TikTok?
How did it not die? Tell me.
I don't know, man. Short form content.
But Vine died, and it deserved it.
Vine died, but everybody missed Vine.
Well, yeah, I guess.
When you have something doing the same formula, especially with people that have shorter and shorter attention spans, it was destined to succeed in a way. And at first, it was limit? Like Musically. Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, it's Musically, yeah, and yeah, I think it was like the weird thing that turned everything into, the little ditties and stuff, and the weird music thing. But my main question is like, what is the limit? Like, as we plummet towards like milliseconds of content not being enough for people, how do we... It's an interesting way to parse through as streamers, because obviously we got the clips, right? We've got people coming in looking for 8 seconds of funny from a person, and then going in and thinking like, hey, if they're like this, then I like them. You know, I understand. Yeah. Like, if they are like this in their funniest moment that they decided to present to me, then sure, I'll check them out. Mm-hmm. But then we're expected to hold their attention for much, much longer. And I'm curious about like how that even translates.
Well, I'll say this. We'll look at it from a different standpoint, because we are streamers we're already used to keeping people's attention.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you are
used to it.
But, you know.
But a lot of people that get big on TikTok try to translate over to Twitch or streaming on YouTube or a long form thing, and they crash and burn.
Yeah.
Because they are used to only doing those. They don't know how to hold people's attention for that long.
They didn't realize that they were only funny for 6 seconds.
Yeah. So it is a skill to be able to learn how to, and of course, as any skill is, you can learn it, but it's a grind to learn how to keep people's attention like this. So being a streamer going into TikTok is a better advantage than being a TikToker going to Twitch, because it's a completely different game, and you can learn TikTok easier than you can learn how to stream.
Honestly, that's a good point, because I feel a little bit grandfathered into this entire, not streaming thing, but the keeping attention thing, because well, you know, I sound like this. So the moment that I talk, I'm just kidding. The moment that I talk is the moment that somebody probably wants to listen a little more. I get that. Yep. And frankly, it's one of the first things that I understood is like, if I start streaming on terrible equipment or like terrible sound equipment, it's not going to work. It's why every single time that I have an opportunity to upgrade my sound or whatever, I take it, because I feel like it's going to be worth it for people to actually be able to hear me in exactly the way that I want them to hear me. Like, I understand that that's been my baseline, But if I if I go onto a place where I'm expected to do something for 6 seconds, for some reason I just don't really know what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Um,
Established.
I was not blessed with the liquid god of the like the liquid nectar of the gods voice that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had to find ways of being soothing, of snapping people into my content. You require good audio. I feel like a lot of my charm sometimes is I'm loud and I peak my mic a lot.
I think
And
you
I feel
could
like if I
do an Xbox mic stream, I think that would be hilarious. Like legitimately the Xbox headset.
but I feel like the more I upgrade, the less charming my stream gets because when I peak out, that's some of the funniest moments. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So if I have a good audio system that doesn't peak, then I'm just some loud dude screaming elongated, and it's not as funny because it doesn't peak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I guess so.
I have a good mic, like I have my Elgato Wave 1, but I'm never gonna go full on like, hey, let's not peak. I might like eventually get confidence in myself enough to sing on stream and have like a separate setup for that I can.
You just said singing on stream, and my heart just like dipped. I can't imagine.
I think I'm a good singer. I think other people think I'm a good singer, but I can't sing around other people.
I think I could
be. The few
be.
people that have heard me are like, "Hey, you have a good voice. Like, show it off." But I can't ever sing to. I don't know if this will make sense, to the volume that I have to sing to be a good singer. I belt, man. I'll be honest. Yeah. I'm a loud singer, but I have to do that to sound good. I can't. If there's any doubt of or having to like hold back my voice, it sounds mid as hell. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not like opera level, but I have to be able to belt. And I can't do that where I'm at right now.
Frankly,
or really anywhere.
I get exactly what you mean, though, because part of the reason why I wanted to take time off specifically is because there are only a few hours where there's nobody in the house.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe it might be a good time to like do stuff that I couldn't normally do, like horror games and singing,
story stream,
or just like anything where I feel like I could raise my voice and not feel like I'm inconveniencing somebody. Because it probably doesn't come across because there's a microphone shoved in my face, but I'm not very loud. Like I mumble. Like people oftentimes have to have me repeat stuff to them. Yeah. And, I have to be patient with that, but I understand because I don't really want to raise my voice very much, like at any given point. But I know that there are times on a stream where it's advantageous to be able to shout or do whatever. But when I don't want to wake anybody up ever, or when I don't want anybody to hear me, then I feel like I'm somewhat limited by that. But then I also have this voice where even if I'm mumbling, it sounds decent. So
must be nice.
it's great. Yes, thank you for asking.
I think you should do scary stories. I know you. I think you talked about that before.
Yeah, I think I put out a tweet on that.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I use social media, guys. I'm a streamer.
Of course.
I'm in the know. I'm hip with the kids.
By the way, you should really update
my Twitter bio,
your panel, so that it links to your Twitter.
Yeah, but I hate Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it just sort of stands to reason that, like, if you had like a panel
Yeah.
at the
I,
bottom
I
that
mean,
it
I
would
know,
link
but
to your
I'm in
twit.
a weird situation of I don't really want to even like I didn't even want people to I don't advertise my Twitter.
Yeah,
If it's just
yeah, yeah.
something where
That's
people
fair.
find it, they find it, right? I don't really use it as a way to I don't promote my stream on my Twitter.
Yeah.
I'll retweet what other people say so they can go to the streams that I'm in, but
I
uh,
literally wouldn't do it if I didn't have to, or I didn't feel the need to. But I don't think it
yeah,
actually does anything for me. So I feel like if I don't, then it's probably fine.
yeah.
Like, honestly, I when people talk about growing on a different platform and they cite Twitter, I think they don't really realize that there's really not a lot of people that actually go from Twitter to click onto a Twitch stream. It just doesn't happen very
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. My logic is ain't nobody give a shit
They
about what
don't.
I gotta say on Twitter. So I
I
just
don't
say
know.
things. I'm just like I don't promote myself. I'm just like, hey man, like I think one of the things that I said was like I made like when I was taking my week break and I was like I know a lot of people have um I'll read one of the tweets I made that like no one gives a fuck about what I have to say here, but I'm just putting it out there because if someone needs it, then they need it. I was like uh I was like, whenever things get hard, I always think back to something a teacher once told me. This is my Bunopolis quote, by the way. He was like, "Your smile looks beautiful, and you never let it fade away." And I said, "I think all of us can take something from that. I hope you all continue to smile bright uh, into these gloomy months." Nobody gives a fuck about me saying that, but
That's
I'm
because it's
like, hey, I
positive.
like well, yeah, but it's like I just use Twitter to just tweet random thoughts. Like I don't use it to promote myself, so I don't link it to it. I don't promote it. If you know I have a Twitter and you follow it, cool. I don't necessarily hide it, but I don't feel the need to link it because I'm just like, hey, I wanted to post cool commissions I get on here
Yeah,
and be
that's
like,
fair.
hey, this is cool. I don't necessarily want like I don't need to be big on Twitch. I've hit my goals. My goal was 15 to 20 average viewers. I'm sitting there most of the days at that goal.
Well, do you
You
remember
know?
what my goal was?
Ugh. So I'm sitting there.
At least one person.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it.
Um, so it's like I've hit the goal that I've set out to. So I don't feel the most pressure to expand into another platform when I'm already uh I know how to grow enough on Twitch. As
Yeah.
hard as it is, it's a grind, but I can do it, and I've been doing it, right? I've had some amazing new people
Yeah.
recently, so I'm doing that. I'm doing all the steps that I want to do, and that's already taking up enough time. I cannot post 4 times on Twitter. I cannot even post once a day on Twitter.
Is that
I
what
don't
people are
want
supposed to
to.
do? 4 times?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
like 3 to 4 times on Twitter. I'm like,
Oh,
what
that
the
sounds
hell, dude?
disgusting.
And there's a point in time where I'm just like,
Is that why
okay,
people
you're
tweet
on
so
this
much?
grind. Yes.
Oh God.
Uh, and I think there are better platforms to expand on. If I'm going to expand on a platform, it's going to be TikTok and YouTube, not Twitter or Instagram. I get it. You can be seen like that, but whatever. I think uh, it shows off I think a media platform shows off my content better than tweeting does.
Yeah. I kind
Uh,
of think so too because okay, well, I mean, in my case, my I think I've talked about this probably enough, but I think people probably need to hear me in order to like me.
yeah.
I know that I have a good character design because I designed it. Um, so you know,
Yeah.
uh, that's good enough for me. But frankly, I don't think people really. If people want to click a video on Twitter, it's usually because it's like a clip.
Yeah.
And I need to probably post clips on there, but I don't think people really do random clips and stuff on there. So if it's not like a big account retweeting a clip or something, then it's not really going to get seen as much as like TikTok, where the whole point is clips essentially, or YouTube shorts, I guess, because YouTube shorts are also a thing. But you know, I still feel stupid because I did like a random throwaway post where I was trying to advertise my Discord or something, and it just had like this animation or something, and I posted it and it got like hundreds of something on a YouTube short, and it was like, wait, well, I put zero effort into that, and it got that much, and it's like, oh, that's right. A lot of people just sit and scroll on their phones and look and get served whatever, and it's totally fine. I mean, it's just the way that the world is. So I probably could do decently on TikTok if I actually posted on there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I am gonna pull up my TikTok. Whereas, let's say I make a tweet, right? We'll compare Twitter numbers just because we're cringe, and we do that.
Yeah.
Or we're doing it now, right? Twitter numbers. I made, like, we'll say a genuine post for me. My average is like 30 people see it, and I get like 7 likes. You know, I only have 25 followers, like I'm not saying that. But as a small channel on TikTok, my first TikTok that I uploaded with 0 followers got almost 1,000 views.
That's crazy.
And I go from ranging from like the 300s to 1,000 views, right?
Yeah.
So you might get, I wouldn't even say I get less likes. I get more likes and more engagement on TikTok than I do Twitter. And so I'm like, it's more worth it for me to spend the little amount of time that I have to put towards content outside of Twitch towards something that I'm going to get more attention on and get more followers on.
Yeah. I should probably sit and download my clips and just put them on there. It's literally
sitting there
free.
And so how I see doing clips like that, right? You already have your clips, right? Because you are already sitting there and going back and do it. You did it for Goose Goose Duck, right?
Yeah.
Even if you spend time slightly editing them to make them funnier, right? Or make them more high quality.
Yeah.
You're getting 2 for 1. That time that you spend editing, hey, ship that out to both TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Yep.
So it's like you get 1 clip for 2 platforms, and you get the chance to be seen twice.
And all so from doing a long form stream that's actually fun and not thinking of it like, what should I do for TikTok?
Yeah. So it's.
I guess that makes more sense.
I definitely have my moments where I'm like, okay, I'm leaning into the bit. Like, this is a clippable moment, right?
Yeah.
But it's so nice to just be like, hey, people enjoyed the moment in stream, so it was a hit on stream where it needs to be a hit, but it's also going to be a hit on TikTok where I want it to be a hit too.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, it's knowing where to do bits, but it's also goes back to what we talked about before. Just clip yourself. Yeah, you know, it's just like, if you're not, the whole idea is, if you're posting, you have a chance. If you're not posting, you don't have a chance, right? So you can't sit there and complain about things if you're not even trying that thing.
Like, right? if you over perceive how you think something's going to do before you even do it, then that is the easiest way to talk yourself out of everything.
Exactly.
So I'm honestly, it actually does get kind of in the way of going live sometimes, because I told you I don't get nervous about going live. I mostly just think like, do I want to relax, or do I want to sit there and just like actually do something? And I'm totally content with not doing anything, which is bad, but you know,
I'm the same way. Well,
It
no,
works.
I'm not at all. I'm a
But
chronic overworker.
well, okay. I mean, I think I'm a chronic underworker, but
Fair.
well, I wouldn't even say that though, because I will have my bursts of like wanting to do stuff, and then I will have my periods of time where it's just like, it's fine. I'll do something some other time, and tomorrow's probably going to be one of those times. Let's be real here. Like we did a lot today, so I'm tired, but
Yeah.
I'm not actually tired right now. But I just mean I can foresee that it's if I go to sleep late tonight, then I'm probably not going to get anything done tomorrow. But I'm going to try and do my best to get out of that because I'm trying to set better habits of like actually taking a walk outside or doing whatever, being healthy.
Yeah, I am not doing that. Because I need to, I genuinely sit here and I'm like, I need to go to the gym. I need to do this and that. But this is a cop-out answer excuse, and I know it is. I am so close to graduating, getting my life together, that I am solely focused on that.
You heard it here first. He's graduating, guys. Pack it up.
That's just whoa.
It's over. Last stream. So close to graduating.
Wouldn't that be funny if we just dropped that? Hey guys, I'm not gonna. This is the last thing.
Last stream.
Wrap it up. End of season 1.
But no, I know what you mean. It's the school graduation, of course. So gotta keep working.
It's a little bit of transparency. I actually have thought of quitting streaming.
So focus
quite
on
recently too.
School, of course. I imagine.
Dude, I'm a fucking genius.
Okay.
Perfect one.
Course, yeah.
I had perfect one. It's my senior year, and I had perfect 100s in every single class. And everything is fine and dandy and easy. No, it's just when you sit there and I think this is something that I struggle with a lot, is that I put a lot of time into streaming. And I don't know if this is a very real thing that I have to face soon, right? I don't know if it will be worth streaming when I have a full-time job, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be a software engineer. That's pretty mentally taxing. Not as much as like a physical labor job, or it's taxing in a different way, right? It's
mentally taxing.
Draining,
it exists.
And so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get myself to stream after a long day of work, or if and not even that, because I know I can, because I'm an overworker. I will hit that go live button no matter how tired I am. I'll just do it. But I don't know if I'm trying to evaluate if it's something that I want to do.
Yeah.
I told you this before, I think, but I was working I had a software engineering internship this summer, which is a full-time job, great opportunity, loved it. But I was still streaming. And I was streaming at this point, every stream was 4 streams a week, which is already a lot with a full-time job, at least I think. And I was streaming 5 to 7 hours per stream, and then getting up and going to work the next day, killing my brain, coming home, streaming 5 to 7 hours again, right?
Yeah.
So I was streaming per month. I kept an average of around 100 hours of streaming per month, on top of working 40 hours a week, and now on top of being a full-time student. Obviously, I'm not doing a full-time job anymore, but school is takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times I don't think I'm entertaining enough to make it worth the time and effort. I'm like, what am I truly like? A lot of the times I never really go back on my goal, of trying to help people.
Right.
But a lot of the times, like, I'm not actually making people's days better. I'm not actually, like, it's not like if I a lot of the times I sit there and I'm like, if I stop streaming tomorrow, like whatever, like people like life will move on. I'm like I'm insignificant, right? Like nobody cares. So I have those moments where I'm like I can just quit and nobody will really care.
Well, what
But
pulls you out of it?
people like I don't know. I just enjoy doing it, man. I can't see my life without streaming. I
Yeah.
hate that.
Honestly,
Because I
if you love it enough to keep doing it, even through a full time experience, I don't know. I mean, you know that you're good at it. Well, okay. You might not know that you're good at it, but you also know that other
yeah.
people know that you're good at it enough to keep telling you, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, no. I feel like I don't get told a lot, to be honest. It's one of those things
well,
where I know I'm good at stream. It's one of those things that I have to reassure myself on more than not.
yeah. I mean, there's a way in which people kind of evade being direct, but it's like
Yeah.
sometimes people feel like they don't really have to sit there and tell you, and so they might not. They might think it to themselves and think that that might get its way to you, but honestly,
Yeah.
if you're thinking something like that, just take the time to type it out because honestly,
Yeah.
not gonna know. Like,
Support your streamers, man. They're not mind readers.
yeah. Like if you really like somebody's content and you can take the time and hit enter on the off chance it might see them, like, uh, you know,
Hmm.
they could be reading chat 1 second and see that nice message go by, and they could be the ones whose days are made just by you
Yeah.
typing that out. So
Um,
honestly, I don't care who it is. I don't care if they got millions of followers. I don't care if
yeah.
they've got like 7,000 people watching at the time. If I'm feeling that in that moment of like, you know what? I really liked this stream. And they read that out, it's like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
And if they didn't read it out, cool. I still think it. So
Yeah.
they got a chance to see if I thought it or not. And so I think it's especially good to like if you know somebody's chat's not moving, you know that they're gonna see what you type. So if you take that opportunity to type something nice, and go ahead.
Dude, yeah.
Even if
I
it's
think.
support your fellow, I'm here to support my fellow bun.
Yeah.
Then
I
they're gonna
think.
see that.
I I don't want it to make it sound like I do this for praise. I definitely don't. I just do this to do it, and so does everybody. But like, it's one of those things where a lot of the people that you see streaming, they put a lot of time and thought into this.
Yeah,
You know,
I do.
so when you can see um, that being recognized and not having to point it out,
Yeah,
right? And it just is recognized randomly. It's very nice.
it
Even if I
is.
can't take a compliment because of my imposter syndrome, it's very nice to know that my work, like the hours and hours that I am spending thinking about streaming, thinking about doing this stuff, and um, honestly, I don't want this to sound rude, but the hours that I'm wasting that I could be doing something more productive,
Yeah,
right? Because that's a big thing about streaming is that we're giving up time that we could be doing something to better our lives or just chilling out or just working on closer relationships. It's like it's nice to know.
yeah. I
Uh,
mean, honestly, if I was not, I think about it sometimes. If I had not chosen to give my time to all of this, because
mhm,
I did stop for a while. I stopped for months. Like,
mhm.
uh, I also used to stream on Picarto like a very long time ago without my voice. Yeah, it was an art stream only, and I would just sit there and draw, and that was it. And there were people who came to those streams just because they liked my art. But
Yes, sir.
you know, I I feel like if I had not taken a stab at it again, I definitely wouldn't have found Bunopolis. I wouldn't have found a lot of the people that I have ended up talking to a little bit more now. And you know, I
Mhm.
I feel like it was worth trying. And frankly, all those other things that I was going to be doing to try and better my life, I wasn't going to do them anyway. So,
Yeah.
like that's not a reality that was going to happen. I did not learn how to make friends. I didn't. And that's not in like a catty sort of way of like, I'm not here to make friends, of like on like a reality show or something. Like, it's a thing that people have to feel out for themselves. And all I really ever learned how to do was talk. And before, like,
Yeah.
back in second or third grade or something like that, I never talked. I never talked to anyone, to the point where I had a stutter, a very specific kind of stutter. And I I would fear opening my mouth because I didn't want to embarrass myself. And I thought that if nobody heard me talk, they would just ignore me and it would go away. But eventually I had to learn that I had to talk to people. I had to overcome it.
Yep.
Because otherwise
Yep.
it's just not going to work itself out if you're not using it. The fact that I wasn't using it is why it was doing that. So eventually I had to learn how to talk. But forming lasting friendships is another thing. It's very hard.
Yeah, I will give a. I told you that I am willing to go deep here. I'm going to go deep. I want to preface this as like a little trigger warning for anybody listening. Right, skip ahead a little bit if you don't like that. But I feel like it's nice to be transparent.
Mhm.
Uh, and I'm comfortable. Right. Well, I wouldn't say comfortable, but I've come to terms with this part of my life. Right. I'm also like very. Uh, this is hard to say, but I'm very suicidal,
Mhm.
right? In the fact of uh, a lot of the times I feel like just a complete failure on and I wake up not wanting to wake up and not really knowing why, you know. And so I feel like a lot of the times I want to quit because I'm like, man, do you know how many people I would disappoint if I actually went through with that?
Yeah.
And so it's a lot. I don't know. Sometimes it's not really the worst thing, but it's something I have to like. I have to sit there and acknowledge it, right? It's a part of my life. It's a big part of my life. It's an everyday thing, right?
Hmm.
Where yes, I'm trying to go forward, and yes, I am making strides. Obviously, no need to worry, right? Like I'm in the process of bettering my life and taking those strides to make sure I don't do stuff like that.
Hmm.
But it's a thing of I've thought of quitting because of that. Just being like, hey guys, like I can't do this anymore, because
Yeah. I,
I'm streaming to.
the reason, unfortunately, that this all makes a lot of sense to me is not because of my own experience, but one of my best friends, multiple times, has thought along those same lines, and
Mhm.
you know, fortunately, they are still here. They're
That's
around,
good.
and
Mhm.
they've found uh, some kind of purpose in sticking around, and I'm very
Good.
appreciative of that. But I
Mhm.
understand that it becomes one of those things where the hardest part about it is that you know that it's not about other people.
Yeah.
Like, it's not about how they're going to see it, but at the same time, it has to be about that. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you have to listen to them, even though you know that they're not like,
Yeah.
they're not in your head and they don't understand. But
Mhm.
even still, you know that they're right, even though they're wrong, but they're right.
Yeah, it comes down to the point of sometimes you just gotta listen to people,
Yeah.
which is weird to say because a lot of the times, like I I've acted on it or attempted to,
Yes.
right? Well, it wasn't success. Like I've never gone to the hospital for it. Attempts
Hmm.
were still attempts. Um, as recently as last year, right?
Hmm.
Um, and it's just like sometimes you have to when someone tells you they love you, you just gotta listen to it.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's my chat. Like chat helps me. Like chat helps me more than they think they do. And so I
Hmm.
always feel bad. Like whenever I had like when I took the week off because I was in that place of like I'm about to act on this. Uh like a couple weeks ago, right?
Hmm.
I felt terrible. I was like, dude, I made a whole like apology to my audience. I was like, I'm extremely sorry. Like I tried to be this like this super like this like consistent person for y'all. Like I tried to help y'all out because I very much want to, but it's like I just kept apologizing for things. In hindsight, like I shouldn't feel like I have to apologize. I shouldn't feel like I have to apologize for taking a break to
Yeah.
save myself. But
Yeah.
there I am doing it, right?
Hmm. But sometimes, even if it's irrational, you kind of just have to get the feeling out
Yeah.
there, because
Hmm.
otherwise you're going to feel even worse about not doing that. And so,
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
It,
do whatever you need to, honestly, because I feel like it makes sense. Because
yeah.
if you have this this mindset of wanting to help people not be in the way that you are about
Mhm.
yourself, then of course you're going to feel like you want to be there for them too.
Yeah. I think with the goal I have and wanting to create a safe space for people to feel comfortable and feel loved and know they're loved,
Hmm.
even if not by me, because parasocial relationships are a weird thing, right?
Right.
Um, Even if I can't be everybody's personal friend, and I acknowledge I cannot, I think having that level of transparency to um, be open enough and I would say I guess brave enough to admit when I am struggling to my community affirms that exact same thing that people are thinking about. Or it's like it affirms that it's a safe place.
Yeah.
Because if I'm willing to open up about my struggles, I'm not going to judge others about opening up about theirs or needing a break,
Yeah.
right?
And it
I
goes
can
back
enjoy.
to an earlier thing that we were talking about trusting people to not waste their time, in a
Yep.
sense. Because it's like, if you're if you think that you're fooling them, you're not. Like, any
Yeah.
single time that you think that you're the- people are very perceptive about the English language and tone, and any
Sadly.
language for that
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
Like, every level of communication is something that they're familiar with. And the more that these models are able to display, even if you're like, obviously a PNG can only have so many frames, but like,
Yeah.
every every bit of what you're doing in communication, people can tell. Like, and that includes what you don't say. And so if you had just not said anything and disappeared, they probably still would have understood. But
Yeah.
you took the time to vocalize that because you cared about them. So
Yeah,
I get it.
man. It's just like I feel like I a lot of people don't see chat as people,
Yeah.
which is in some way healthy because you can't really form those relationships that you can because it just risks too much. And
Yeah.
while I have done that with people and it's whatever, right? It's very rare, right?
Hmm.
But I still see these people. I mean, they're still people to me. They're
Yeah.
still like I still like talking to them, and I feel like they deserve a level of respect because at the end of the day, especially people that are like frequent my stream, they are taking the time out of their like whatever the hell they're doing and watching me on a consistent basis. I
Yeah.
can once in a while give them the respect they deserve and talk about and vocalize that because
Yeah.
I always tell them, hey, if you need anything, just like we're here to support you. Like my community is there to support people, right?
Right.
Uh, so it's like we're gonna try to help you out. If I offer that to them, but then don't show that, hey, like it's all right to say stuff like it truly is. Like here's how I feel. Then it's like, why not have that transparency? Because I can keep up the parasocial relationship that you have to have, but I can be transparent and I can express that it's like, hey man, like I'm human.
Yeah.
Like we are all here going through the same thing. So it's like, in my mind, it's a lot more helpful to see because it's so easy to put on a happy face for stream and go out and stream it and have chat think you're this perfectly happy person. I think we see it in social media all the time. I think it's why people in my generation or the generation uh, like near me. I don't know if it's like
It's
a
somewhere
new one
around there.
yet, but like these young kids are growing up and they're seeing uh, a bunch of Instagram posts and like they're seeing these snippets of everybody's quote unquote perfect life,
Yeah.
right? And it just fucks them up.
Yep.
So being able to see a creator that have that transparency, I feel like can help be like, okay, well, we all are actually human. We all are. I feel like people appreciate that more um, than they don't. And I don't want it to ever be like. I always point. I'm like, I do not want pity, but I'm like, I want you guys to know this
Yeah.
because I struggle, and I know y'all can struggle too, and that we're all in this together. Like we're all, you know. So
Yeah.
that's
And
how I take it, and that's a big reason of why I still stream. If
yeah.
I couldn't leave, I I love my community. I can leave these dumbasses alone.
Yeah, and I think
Leave me
it's
alone.
an important distinction where with the idealized part of it, it's kind of what created celebrity culture so long ago and has perpetuated it for so long where we see the we see only the pluses of the effects of these people
Yeah.
having all of this money and fame, and
Mhm.
there are people who still idealize that. And
Yeah.
one of the things that I've appreciated about VTubing in particular as an entertainment form is that most of the people at the top are actually pretty honest about what goes on. I mean, to the extent that they can be,
Yeah.
because obviously some
Obviously.
stuff is confidential and they cannot say it. But
DA's big.
like most of the time, you kind of hear about what goes on the underbelly of things, and you understand that it's not all good to be famous or to be
Yeah.
appreciated that much by people that
Mhm.
they stop seeing you as a person and start seeing you only as this character or anything. And it's like the people who are managing to still be themselves at the top are honestly some of the ones that I enjoy watching the most. And you know, that
Yeah.
I guess
Mhm.
in turn end up idealizing a little bit myself because it's like
Mhm.
I don't want to lose that humanity in any sort of
Yeah.
sense. Like I I would much rather just still be able to get on and talk to people like I normally would and have a set of people understand that just because I talk like this doesn't mean I'm depressed all the time. So, you know,
Yeah.
that
Yeah. I
it's
do
kind of
know. Yeah.
nice. It's kind of nice.
I'm the same way. It's like just because I'm always laughing doesn't mean I'm okay,
Hmm.
right? And I get that. I don't think I could ever lose my. I would never sell out. I don't want to ever do this as a full time job,
Yeah.
right? I just don't want to. It's
Well,
not.
there's just so many rules that it sounds
Yeah.
so uh, difficult. I don't think I could ever.
Yeah.
It's like a full fusion of turning it into like a full time job, and I don't even feel like I would like it so much anymore if I were to if I were to do it the way in which people have to do it.
Yeah.
It just it would kill me. I think like you see that I
Yeah.
only get on when I want to.
Yep.
I could never do that at that point.
Yeah. I'm lucky enough to like programming and stuff to
Mhm.
want to do it as a career and also be lucky enough to reach a decent amount of people with my stream. So I'm living the best of both worlds of how I would like actually want to sit here and be like. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I don't want to grow. I would love to entertain 100 people.
Yeah.
I think that would be dope, right? But I don't ever want to like fully rely on streaming. Something that goes and comes and leaves.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
in the
not
blink of an
stable.
eye. I don't want that.
It's
Like,
just
yes,
not
okay.
like,
Okay, you're gonna make if you make it, you make a shit ton of money,
of course.
right? But until I wouldn't even do this, right? I think it's a good principle to live by. Until you're making more than you do at your job a year, you should not go full time.
Yeah.
Like, I get it.
Or enough
And
to live
obviously-
comfortably if you're feeling like
Yeah.
it's going to be a downgrade in some sort of way. Like if at your lowest amount of viewers or whatever, if you're at your lowest consistency of subs or anything like that, if you're still making enough to live comfortably by yourself, then,
by
go
all
for it.
means, chase the dream, baby.
Yeah.
And I'm not a hater of the dream. I'm just saying that I think there's a smarter way to go about it financially.
Yeah.
And there's a point where you can comfortably jump, and I feel like people jump before that.
Sometimes people do, and they land and they break their ankles. Like, I don't really want to see that. I feel as though if I were to try and do something like that, I don't even, it's not as though I don't know whether or not I'd be good at it. I know I wouldn't be good at it because I wouldn't be able to, I like being able to just have an idea, get on and do it, see maybe if it does well or not, and not really have so much skin in the game because I'm still doing decently with the amount of money that I'm making normally. So, and that has only happened recently, by the way, because I was getting to the point, like I've done auditions. I've made 2 auditions for places. Like I was getting to the point where I thought I need something. I need to try and do this like it's gonna be a job. Otherwise, it's curtains for being a VTuber. But once I started to see that, oh wait, what I didn't like was the other situation I was in, and I started working full time at a place that wasn't torturous. Once I was able to fix that, my brain kind of cleared up in the sense of like, okay, I can just do this how I need to do this. And honestly, ever since then, the most that I've really been doing consistently has been the podcast, and I've been definitely enjoying that. And I know that there's like, there's ways to like grow the podcast and try and get sponsors and all that crazy stuff, but that's not really my goal with this so much as I just want to show you guys off, I mean, that's kind of it for me.
One of those things where if it happens, fuck it, man. Like, you deserve it, but you don't necessarily, you don't need to push yourself and ruin the enjoyment of the one thing you're doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're looking forward to it. As long as you're looking forward to it, it's like, it's whatever. So
yeah. And if I want to stream something, I'll stream. Like I'm telling you, the moment that Soul Calibur 7 gets announced, I'm dropping everything else. Nothing else will be streamed but that game, and I will be a Soul Calibur 7 streamer. All of this, everything. If they told me that in order to play Soul Calibur 7, I had to stop being a VTuber, I would stop in a second. Like that. But every single game is not like that to me, and there are people who have that enthusiasm for every single game. And, I envy them in a sense.
I was going to say, I envy those people.
Yeah, like there are people who gaming is like their life, and they're like, they can't wait to show off their sick, League of Legends play and just like whatever it is that regular gamers do. I don't even know. Like they're doing flick shots in Apex, they're doing Valorant trick shots, like whatever it is. that normie gamers do. It's so weird to even have to say that, right? Normie gamers, that's where we've gotten now. Where there's like a class of gamer that is normal to society, and there's like a bunch of the rest of us trying to play like,
just different games,
just anything else that's not that. Call of Duty. Like, I would much rather, I know that there's games that do better CCV on Twitch. Like, that's very obvious. It's the lifeblood of the entire platform. I hop on Minecraft. I do it sometimes, and it's not for that. It's like if I feel like going on the Bunopolis server, then I do it. But there's people who that's their entire life. I could not imagine that, playing just one game ever. I would not have fun.
I kind of do that.
No, well, I mean, but you went from game to game, and it's not like you hate every other game, right?
I do variety nights to make sure that the Splatoon people are
it's a vibe check, isn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It completely definitely is, right?
Yeah.
Of where I want to make sure that that you guys like me.
Yeah.
For me. And not like me just because of the game. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, who's here for me, who's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, a lot of people are there for Splatoon, and that's perfectly fine. It's what I mainly stream.
Yeah.
Being a Splatoon streamer, I know that, and I'm okay with having less people in these variety streams. But if there comes a point to where I want to switch games, having that 1.5 streams a week where I'm doing a variety game allows me that switch.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is I am a Splatoon streamer. Everybody knows I'm a Splatoon streamer. But if I ever wanted to switch, I already got my community used to me doing some variety.
Yeah.
So if I switch, they're already kind of used to it.
Yeah.
And I know maybe 10 to 15 of those people out of like the 20 that I get on Splatoon will follow me to a different game.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and that's good to know.
People used to it. So I think that's a good way. I think if people are looking out, I don't think you should ever cold turkey going variety. I think that's stupid. I think that kills your channel. And yes, you can grow it back up, but good Lord, do not cold turkey go in it. I think a slow introduction into, hey, we're going to start doing variety Fridays. Hey, we're going to start doing variety 2 times a week, 3 times, and just let it slowly become the vibe,
Yeah.
Will get people used to it, and you'll keep a lot more viewers if you don't just cold turkey.
It's interesting though, because I feel like the most frequent thing I've probably returned to is Arknights, and I say that, but I don't really feel like people come to watch me play Arknights specifically. Like I haven't really gotten many people that like sit there and channel surf and like, ooh, I wonder who's playing Arknights today. Like that just doesn't seem to happen, honestly, because most of the content that people consume for Arknights is people doing tutorial videos for like how to do a stage, and I've never really done that, so I don't think that I could really carve out. I have actually had some ideas for what could be interesting to do with Arknights content though, because most of the time I haven't really looked up very many other Arknights creators, but I don't really feel like there's very many people doing like specifically different things with it. But I feel like at the point in which the game is like 3 years old, most of the time, if you want to be a gacha game content creator, you have to like chase every gacha game. And that is not something I'm really willing to do, because I'm not loaded. Like I live paycheck to paycheck. So I don't think
That's
I can
why.
really sit there and devote so much time to grinding so many other games. And,
Yeah.
there's maybe I'm seeing it the wrong way, but I think there are still things that I would like to do with Arknights that
Hmm.
are a little bit out of the ordinary that I'm curious that to see whether or not they would work. Because, if you're sitting there just kind of playing the game, which is what I do, then
Hmm.
I could totally understand somebody clicking in, not really understanding what's going on and leaving. But I want to do like collabs and like, wild stuff with the game and
Yeah.
see if I can come up with almost like metagame type stuff. No, not like that sort of metagame, but like
Yeah. Yeah.
outside game on top of the game type of
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah.
to do with the game just to make it more
Mhm.
fun. Because
Yeah.
that game kind of needs that a little bit. And
Yeah. I mean,
I would like to see what I could do with that. But,
yeah. I feel like
otherwise, it's hard.
if you see a point of innovation, go for it, bro.
Yeah.
If it fails, whatever.
Yeah.
You tried something, and if it succeeds, and you're the only one doing it, you're gonna be creating a trend, and you are going to be on top of that trend because you're the creator of it, right?
Yeah.
So it's good to do that. And I completely get you though. I can't play Genshin, and I know a lot of people that play Genshin,
Yeah.
and I cannot do it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't spend money on Genshin though, or I don't spend that much. I just grind for all the primo gems I get." And I'm like, I cannot.
Buddy, if I don't like Zelda, you think I'm gonna like Genshin? Like, are you serious? If I didn't like the loop of fake anime Breath of the Wild, do you think I'm gonna like real Breath of the Wild? Like, I don't know.
I get that. I
It's
get the appeal to it,
I
but
get the appeal, but it's not my appeal,
I
honestly.
can't do it because I don't. I don't. I've gotten away from grindy games to the point of I have to spend hours on hours to get the best things and the best thing, and that's been my whole life of MMOs. But as I go further, it's just I don't have 14 hours a day to spend doing this shit anymore,
Wait,
and I feel like if I don't want to, uh, what's it called? If I want to compete without spending money in Genshin, I have to put in those hours, and I just don't
yes,
want to.
you do. And unfortunately, it's one of those cases where you gotta pick one, like,
Yeah.
or maybe two at most. Because I also play Eversoul, and nobody plays Eversoul. But you know, it's
Valid.
silly. But
Hmm.
once that dies, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to. I don't even know what I would pick up as a secondary game. Maybe not Star Rail. I don't know. I don't really care specifically about the gotcha like world that much.
Yeah.
It's just
Hmm.
I think Arknights is a fantastic game, and I like showing it off to people because I think
Yeah.
it's cool. But it's like once that is over, if Arknights dies, like I'm not gonna sit there and I mean I'll probably shed a tear or two, but my my main game in my brain is like Soul Calibur. And
Hmm.
if a new Soul Calibur game comes out, I'm dropping everything. Like I have emphasized this previously 10 minutes ago, but
Hmm.
I kid you not, like I will do nothing else for months.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
I'm gonna have to take over as host, guys.
yeah, no, the everything's gone. It's all gone. I'll quit my job. Like it's over.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm not gonna quit my job.
No,
But but like
yeah.
that is how much I love that series. But then I also recognize that that's how much I loved the Tales series too.
Hmm.
And I still haven't even finished this game, and it came out 2 years ago. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like that anymore. Gaming is an interesting ebbing and flowing of things for sure.
And if we're talking about that, gaming has died for me in a
Yeah.
way. I stream games, but they're more background for me. I feel like there was a point where I was playing Splatoon a shit ton, and I was playing it off stream, and there'll
Yeah.
be a point in time where I hyper focus a game every now and then. I'm doing
Yeah.
that with or with Core Keeper right now. I fucking
Hmm.
love Core Keeper, right? But these days, man, I get exhausted when even sit in my chair in front of my computer. Like it genuinely exhausts me
Hmm.
to be at my computer. Uh, and even when I get the motivation to turn on my computer, I just sit there and stare at my screen, or I fuck around with the thing. I do half a day in Stardew, and then I'm like, I don't want to play this right now, even though I love Stardew, right? And so like I make no progress in anything. I sit there for you know 10 minutes, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna go lay down. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go read a book. I'm gonna go read manga. Like I've gotten to the point where I'd rather just spend my time relaxing and reading a book, or these days, honestly, learning more about uh, programming.
Yeah.
I've been learning a lot of JavaScript and trying to do that to help boost my professional career, get things situated, but also just because I like coding on my own now, like on my own time,
Hmm.
and I like being able to code outside of a paycheck now. It's very fun.
Yeah. I mean, if it's something that you genuinely like to do, then I feel like there's honestly nothing wrong with it. Because I know that I've definitely slipped from fixation to fixation, and it's odd because like I feel like at some point my fixation was art, but earlier than that, my fixation was music,
Yeah.
specifically making uh, game music and stuff like that. And you know, that was back when I was a little bit more into game design than I am now. I'll tell you once, and I've told you twice.
Yeah, told
I
me twice.
I killed dreams to be here. Like
Yeah.
that's you know, I had to recognize that I was not as into game design as I really wanted to be. Every single aspect of it did not go my way. Specifically programming never really went my way, but the other parts of like parsing through game engine stuff and all of that, I don't have the passion for that. I had to
Yeah.
recognize that it's not what it is. Even back then, I think it might be one of those manifestations a bit of because okay, the way that I would put it is like I did not know that I had depression. Like I had no idea
Yeah.
until it was diagnosed, and I thought I was being slick answering those questions for like the questionnaire. I thought I was being like normal.
Yeah, I'm tricking these
And
motherfuckers.
it's like they won't know what hit them. I'm gonna tell them like exactly what it is that I'm thinking and doing, and then they're not gonna know. But it's like I almost had this thing of like trying to convince myself that I didn't have it. But meanwhile, it would sit there and manifest in like everything that I was doing, and all of the ways in which I would lose interest in so many of the things that I thought I was passionate about, and having to come to grips with having to do what it is that I like to do and then move on to the next thing. I don't even know if it's that specifically or just getting older at the same time, because it feels like every 7 years or so it's like on to the next thing. And I've been enjoying this halfway point of VTubing of like the 3 years that I've been into it, but I don't know if it's gonna last the 7, so who knows. But
I mean,
while it's
yeah.
there, like I've been enjoying being a VTuber and gaming and everything like that on stream, but off stream, I do my Arknights dailies and I do my Eversoul dailies, and I used to like hop on Omega Strikers a little bit more, but you know, I kind of like streaming that more now. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's like I think we're we're ignorant if we don't like acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is just growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes like people are like, "Oh man, if you're a real gamer, you don't lose the passion growing up." It's like, no, dude, you have to know that, man. It's not a bad thing. Your hobbies shift.
Yeah.
Like you are going to get into different things. It's just growing. It's how things go.
I'm not into MMOs anymore either. Like, I don't even know which ones you were into at the time, but there was a point in which you could not pry me away from an MMO. Like, I would
Yeah.
just grind
Yeah.
like my life depended on it. And it didn't matter what game it was. I would sit there and it would be the most fun thing ever. It didn't matter if the combat was absolute dog or what. I would just sit there and click and rotate and all that stuff. And it was just like the most fun thing to me. And then Terra died and I was out forever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done. I'm out.
Dude, listeners, what the fuck is Terra? Am I too young for that?
You might be because it's already dead. Like it died like last summer or something, like maybe 2 summers ago. But no, like,
ache, y'all.
huh?
Feel the bones ache.
Oh no, like yeah, it's definitely one of those. I'll no, it came out in like 2011 though. It was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it lasted a while, but it died. Most MMOs die, honestly, and I think that's fine. But
Yeah.
you know, the whole thing is kind of dying for me because whenever somebody brings up the prospect of like, oh man, you would really like Final Fantasy 14, and it's like, yeah, I would have. I think I would have, but no, I don't know. It's not for me.
For me, it's I got the revelation that or growing up, I matured and I realized that I have I have a very, very, very obsessive personality.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I know that I can hyperfixate on a game very easily,
Yeah.
especially MMOs. Um, and so looking back on things like there are two things that well, three games. One is not an MMO, but we'll get into that. Two are, um, where I realized, okay, like hindsight 2020 after I've done it like now, like yeah, this is why I really don't play these games anymore. And it's when New World came out, I sat there and played 14 hours a day. I
Wow.
say 14 hours because I typically my gaming sessions last 14 hours a day if I'm
Wow.
doing it. But that was for like a month, right? I
Right.
played so much that I bruised my elbow
Oh my.
because I
Yeah,
fucking did it.
that's crazy.
Two, I didn't play as much Lost Ark, but the reason that this did it for me is because uh, I have an obsessive personality. Plus, I'm extremely competitive, and the group that was playing, it was me, Lord, and William, got way too competitive over it. It was like a constant race of trying to stay ahead of the other two,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Fuck that!" It
Mm-hmm.
was an obsession. It was like I remember I went. I was about to go. This is when I was the youth intern at my church, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because money, right? And I had a trip to the mountains that I didn't go on that I was looking forward to because I was like, I can't, uh, I cannot take a break from Lost Ark for the weekend,
Oh no,
literally.
that's
And
so
so I
sad.
bailed. I bailed the day before, and my boss was pissed at me.
Yeah,
I
man.
was like, "Oh, I got to do this group work that I didn't think I was gonna finish."
Yeah.
I procrastinated on that shit. I just played Lost Ark, right?
Yep.
And so that was not healthy. And so I stopped playing Lost Ark for that. And then the final one, completely different. Speedrunning Poppy Playtime. Chapter
Oh
1.
yeah, you did say that.
I'm very good at it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I have a 6th place run. I'm officially 7th place, but everybody, like, all the mods know that I have a fucking 7-minute run just sitting there ready to take 6th place, but just not uploading it. Because I am one of the super mods for it, which is pretty cool. But I realized that I cannot speedrun games that seriously because it eats me up so bad.
Yeah.
Like, I was playing so much, and the obsessive personality mixing with the extremely competitive personality. Oh, dude, I genuinely like got pissed at people for beating my time.
Yeah.
And I was like, after a while, it was like I give up. I give up. It was not worth it.
It was probably more healthy for you to give up at that point because, I mean, you wouldn't want to sit there and like hit your leg repeatedly on.
I did that. I almost broke my hand, I think.
Yeah. Over like, something that is essentially out of your control, especially because you were talking about some of the RNG.
The RNG, yeah, the 1 in 90 something chance, and then back to back, and then after that you have to hit a 1 in 4 chance, and then you have to hit the hardest jump in the game, and then you have to do another glitch, and then you have to get another skip right after that. It's RNG into RNG. It's RNG skip into RNG skip into hardest jump in the game into RNG time save into very narrow window but repeatable mechanic that saved like a minute of time or like 30 seconds. It was so stupid. It was terrible.
Honestly, that just sounds unhealthy even by itself, even if you didn't care about it. Like at that point, it's like, oh no, you cannot count on that for happiness or whatever you're doing it for. Like at that point, you cannot. There's no use in it. Like even at least in an MMO, if you're going after like, let's just say you were obsessed with the end game of an MMO and you wanted to run dungeons all the time and you had a specific group that you ran dungeons with to try and get some crazy, low amount of drop. At least you know what you're doing. At least you know if things are done in a specific way, then there's a possibility, like a consistent clear of this thing. And the only RNG is whether or not you get the item. Yeah. But if you're having to stack RNG on top of RNG in order to shave off milliseconds so you can beat somebody else who is even more obsessed, then that is just like, you can't do that.
Yeah, well, I think I was lucky in the fact that I was running it and there was nobody else running it at the time.
Yeah. So
I was lucky in the fact that I was kind of cooling, but I was obsessed with wanting to be the third person to get a sub 7 minute, right? That would have been dope. Or the 4th, right? Yeah. Now if I do it, I'll be the 5th, right? But somebody coming up and having more experience, I told you about this, someone that had more experience in speedrunning and optimizing games like that came in and did what I did in 4,000 runs in maybe 25% of those runs.
Wow.
Like the amount of total runs, right? Just because he's better at games.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
There was genuinely, I could probably get 2nd place now. And at the time, that would have been, everybody was kind of waiting for me, or at least the people that were active, were kind of waiting for me to break world record, right? Because they were like, you're the only person actively running it. You're getting this 1 in 100 chance consistently more than anybody else.
That's a lot of pressure.
Good luck, right? And so I was grinding it, but then this guy comes and we genuinely had to be like, is this sus? Like we had to, as a moderating team, be like, is this real?
Yeah.
Because he was just good.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, we have 4,000 runs in this alone and we're not doing this. Like,
Now, take that mentality and imagine that every single game that you wanted to play, every single one was one you wanted to optimize. Can you imagine?
No.
No, I couldn't.
No, I don't get the speedrun mindset, but I do envy it. Or is that the right word there?
It's
I'm
it's
in
a
awe.
fascinating thing to observe, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Like
It's not
it's
me.
admirable, but like I could not do it. I almost feel the same way about people that are like super good at fighting games, cuz
Yeah.
I can tango with a game if you give me like a week of practice or something. Like
Yeah.
I'll come up with the combos, I'll get into the systems and all that. I'll get into the rhythm of it. But
Yeah.
if you ask me to fight in a tournament with people who have made it like their life's goal to win tournaments, like no. I don't even want to enter a tournament. I am not even that competitive. Like I'm good enough to sit at an anime convention and hog the chair for like 10 minutes. Like that is good enough for me. Of like I'll take my character up there and I'll be the person that people glare at for 10 minutes until somebody else comes up and counterpicks me. Like that's it. That's all I got.
I think you got to be careful with that, because there's the whole thing of when you're entering tournaments, right? Is you realize when you enter a tournament, like you think you're good because you're whooping all your friends.
Yeah.
But then you sit down in the game and you just get dog watered.
There's
and you realize
always
there's
a bigger
skill
fish.
gap, right? And then, but there's a fine line, because it's like once you go down that path of getting extremely good and practicing to be good at tournaments, you can't play with your friends.
Yeah.
Because no one wants to play with you because you're too good. No one can beat you. But then you're getting dog stomped in tournaments because you're still stuck at tournaments.
It's a lonely road. It just is.
Exactly.
It's like once you get to that point, like do you think you could play Poppy Playtime normally now?
Yeah, I will.
The next one? Well, yeah, the next one for sure. But like, could you even play the old one and just like say, oh yeah, it's this thing? Like, there's no possible way.
Kind of. Like sometimes I'll go into it and I'll just do like a chill run, but my like normal is the run now. You know what I mean? I can't play it casually.
Yeah, no, there's no way. Like I watched a friend that they used to play. They used to do speed runs of that Samurai Jack game.
Yeah.
And
you told me.
8-way run as Soul Calibur player, but he. Watching him play that game like optimized and all that, I can't even really imagine what he's doing. But then I think of that game and I think of those runs, and I think like there must have been at some point he must have played it through normally, right?
Yeah.
Like in order to start that sort of thing, you have to like the game to some degree in order to want to speedrun it. I mean, there are some people obviously who will just professionally speedrun stuff, but I think most of the time when it's somebody casual coming up, then they're gonna want to just play the game normally and then start getting into it. But I don't know. It was like that with me for Soul Calibur originally, because like the original games, I never really even played with anyone else until the capability of being able to play online in 4 and 5 and stuff like that. And it's like, oh no, I'm unlocking something. And then 6, it just went nuts. So I'm telling you, 7's Armageddon, but you know, I can't do that for every game.
Hey, if it comes out and you know, you become a professional for it and you do good, you gotta support it right here, baby.
Yeah,
I got you.
Just know that we're not going to be able to practice normally.
No, I ain't gonna play. I'll watch
Oh no,
it and cheer you
I'll
on,
gift
but-
it to you. Don't worry.
Okay,
Don't
all
worry.
right. Sounds good. Hey, I'll take you up on that.
I'll pass
But,
that game around. I'll still do it for 6.
But on top of that, I don't understand the people that can do. Like, I wanted to get into God of War speedrunning, kind of, and then I looked at the games and I saw like the fastest 80% run was like 2 or 3 hours. I'm like,
Oh no,
hell no,
nope.
I am not
It's
sitting
too
down
much
for that long.
I
I don't
imagine.
understand how people can do those such long runs. I couldn't imagine, because I was like, when I was streaming, because there's chapter 1 of Poppy Playtime, but there's chapter 2, and I did the no major skips category, and I held the world record for like, it was like a day or something.
Yeah.
It might have been, it was like a day to a week. I don't remember, right? But I'm still top 5 in that, and I cannot go back to it because I'm like, that was like a 30-minute run.
Yeah, even that
And I'm
seems
like,
long.
if I fuck something up late game, I'm like, there goes
It's
30 minutes
so
of my
much.
life. Yeah.
Like,
and so it just sucked.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could. Stuff like that where you lose so much progress trying to do it. I don't even feel like I can. Like, I get Jump King to an extent, right? Like, it's a challenge game. Everybody knows it. You get one button, you keep spamming jump or whatever. Like, you learn kind of a pattern. And eventually, if you try and do every jump perfectly, you win. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
But that is a linear path. Like, you can't. I mean, obviously, there are people who can optimize that and find new jumps and stuff like that. But the idea of losing so much progress so frequently, I don't think I could. I don't think I could do
torture.
that. Only Up freaked me out. I hated when that game was being played so frequently.
Oh man.
Because I don't think I have a fear of heights so much as it just looks so punishing to like fall all the way down in 3D and just like sit there and watch yourself fail like that. It just sucks.
Yeah, I never played it because as a game dev, or quote unquote a game dev, obviously I have something in the work, but it's going slowly. I'm trying, okay? But as being in that world and seeing that world, I hated that game because I was like, this looks like a
flip city.
Yeah, I was
Good
like,
Lord.
this looks like they spent 20 minutes making it. Obviously, they probably spent more than 20 minutes making it. But
it's an asset flip
like,
vomit game that got popular because a bunch of streamers played it. Like, that's just the
it took
reality.
no effort, and it just I felt like it spit in the face of
that was a Roblox game.
Obviously,
like that. Honestly, Roblox has made better games.
It was worse. I was going to say it was worse than Roblox game.
Yeah, it's like
Roblox go hard.
Yeah, they do. Way harder than that.
It was like it. I don't hate that it got big because cool. I get the appeal, right?
Yeah, good for them that it did.
I hate that they stole assets for it, and I hate the game dev behind it, right? The game dev in me hates that game.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is lazy, and it shows that even if you're lazy, you can, make these get rich quick things, right? Especially with mobile apps.
Yeah.
But I just hated that. I hated that game.
I do love it. From the like kumbaya standpoint of like when another game, like I like when indie games blow up out of nowhere. I don't like it specifically for that one, but whenever there's something that, like, because Among Us was an indie game that nobody was paying attention to, and that just like completely caught fire culturally, and I cannot imagine something like that doing that again. But at the same time, every single time I think that, it happens again. Like there was a time in my life in which nobody knew what Undertale was. Nobody knew what Five Nights at Freddy's was.
Oh, no.
Like, all of these things were complete unknown properties that nobody had any idea of. And
Mhm.
every once in a while, something will just rise to the top and everybody knows it. It's cool.
Yeah, I think that's like I love Hollow Knight, and I get a lot of
Yeah, Hollow
inspiration from
Knight.
Hollow Knight. And Hollow Knight did that.
Mm-hmm. It's a household name, including
Yeah,
Silk Song,
dude.
which is coming any day now.
Oh, don't even. Man, I'm gonna have an aneurysm,
Any
bro.
day now. Just you
No,
wait.
because they suck at communicating. Team Cherry is such a talented company, but they need to make at least one post to tell me that the game is still in development on whatever engine they're going. Because
No.
I assume, well, so hold on, because you have probably haven't even thought about this.
Mm-hmm.
Hollow Knight was developed in Unity, so
Oh
I
no.
assume Silksong is developed in Unity,
Oh no.
and I assume that it's in shambles right now.
Well, I
And I
mean,
don't
they
want it to
got the
get.
guy, right? They got him out. But
Uh,
is that enough? I don't know. I don't
but
know.
the thing about it is,
He was
I
probably just
want.
going to step down anyway, so he's probably doing fine. He's probably
Yeah,
got
but
his
we'll see.
retirement and everything.
I would like to know that. Hey, the game is still in development, man.
That'd be good.
Or the plan, like post that, because like I don't think anybody realizes that. Like, are you migrating your game? Are you doing this or that? Like, what do you what is it? The situation because of the Unity drama. What is the situation? And we don't know that.
Yeah.
So
A lot of people reached out specifically to update whether or not they were going, like, even just like some VTubing apps and stuff that were
yeah,
developed on Unity, they had to make posts of like, okay, this isn't going to affect us. You're not going to have to do anything. Like, they knew to do that because they knew everybody was concerned. So, I think people kind of, if I had to poll an average, people that know Hollow Knight know that Silksong is a thing at this point, right?
yeah,
So I feel like they
yeah.
kind of have a right to know. Just like just tweet out a thumbs up if you're still alive. How about that? Just like
Yeah,
a
let's.
single character to let us know things are still there. That's all we need to know.
Their last thing was June 28th,
Oh,
and it was a repost.
that's frustrating.
Their last their last actual post. If you go to well, I guess that's media. Hold on, that's what I do for the old things. The okay, well, it's a lot of reposts. Hold on, a
Yeah, good
lot of
account.
reposts.
Real good account.
Hold it. It is only reposts.
Not
um.
saying a word, huh? True to the
Oh
main
no, this
character.
was their last one.
Really?
December 13th, 2019.
I
They have
mean,
not been active since COVID, which I get it.
so their
But would it
last
be nice?
showing of anything was like maybe last year, some sort of trailer, right?
Yeah, so we had them on the Xbox. They were on the Xbox or PlayStation thing. And they had to. This was their first like public delay, right? Because on that they were like, Xbox tweeted that like everything we show will be out this year, and they had to delay it. Right? They had to be like, no, we're delaying it. I don't know how they did that, where they publicized it, but they are very not active on Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't know how active they are on their thing, but
They're pretty active on posts that age well.
well, and it looks like, do they even have a blog? They do, yeah. So they haven't posted anything since 2019.
No, would you look at that?
And that's their main way to to do it. But they're still hopefully developing it. We'll see. I think it's gonna be a holy shit. Silk Song just dropped. Everybody wake up. Take over and it takes over the internet. I think that's what it's gonna be. It's just gonna drop randomly one day, and I await that day.
I mean, they did build up enough clout that I think people aren't going to be angry with them if that happens. Because frankly, I think people just want to play the game at this point. Like if they even were to say anything else, people would just clown on them saying like, "Oh, okay, any day now, Silk Song." Ooh, like they're at that point where it's getting to be like,
it's like, come on.
It's
yeah.
Come on, just release the game. We don't really want to hear anything else other than the game's going out tomorrow. Like, I think that's all people would really accept at this point.
So the thing about it is they've shown off, and I think they've confirmed that, hey, we have enough to release a full game. Right? We have enough to release, but they are continuously updating and adding more things. Like, it's going to be big. At least I hope. Like, not like launch wise, but like game wise, like content wise, big.
Yeah.
And I think there's that point where they have to finish what they're doing and be like, okay, we release it and we just release it.
I want a time frame so I can figure out when to play the thing. Like I have never even played the first one.
The day that motherfucker drops, I'm hopping on it because it's going to be a day one on Game Pass.
Yeah.
Free on Game Pass day one.
Yeah.
And I have Game Pass, so I'm doing it.
But yeah, no, I have not even played the original, so I just want to know when it's going to release so that I can give my actual time and play the original and then just hop onto this train.
112% the original, please.
Huh?
112% the original.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I know that I'm going to like the game. Like, I'm at that point, but I don't really even want to play. Yeah, I don't want to play it if I can't play the sequel afterwards. I mean, that's a silly thing to even think, honestly, but that's the excuse I'm giving to myself because I know that I'm never getting through my backlog anyway. So I just want to like gatekeep random stuff like that.
Yeah.
And give things conditions. Like I'm never going to play Bloodborne unless it comes out on PC.
Yeah,
Let's be real here.
Fair enough. It never will.
And I'll keep waiting. I'll wait for Bloodborne too.
Yeah. The thing is, I get it. It's so close. I don't think it's hard to say. I don't know if it's a direct sequel, because in the first game we're doing the knight, like the little knight, or what I know he has an actual name in lore, but I don't know the actual name in lore.
It's Grogu.
Anyway,
I've just picked something random out of a hat. Don't worry. I have no idea. I've never played that game.
Okay. But then in the next game we follow Hornet. So it's completely different MC. Right?
Yeah.
So it's hard to say. It's hard to say if it's a direct sequel or not.
Probably not even. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Could be a prequel. Who knows?
I think they will. I don't know. I think it's after. But like, where do you say it's a Hollow Knight sequel, and where do you say Silk Song is its own game? You know what I mean? Set in the same universe.
Or where do you also say it? It's like, does the narrative matter so much that you would need to play the first game even?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Probably not.
Probably not, no. I think you should.
Oh, yeah, of course. The reason I feel like I should is because I want to. Like, it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's so bad there.
I also feel like there's going to be a lot of callbacks to the first game in Silk Song.
Probably.
Whether that directly affects everything or not, I don't know, but maybe not. But it's just cool to be like, hey man, I played this game, and I went to every area, I did everything, so like I get that callback. Like, that's from the original.
Yeah.
So it would be very nice to see. It would be very nice to see the communication, especially with all this Unity drama.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just not getting it.
Yeah,
just like, please, man.
It'd be great to let people know, but they probably have other things better to do.
I don't
Like
know.
finish the game.
Well, yeah, but
Like just finish the
um,
game and release it. Like I don't know.
give me an update.
Hmm.
I think they're sleeping on marketing, which obviously, they are, but they aren't. Their last few reposts have been like advertising plushies and marketing stuff, but um,
Meaningful
people,
marketing, like,
yeah,
telling people what to
yeah,
expect in any
social
sort
media
of
posts,
capacity. Yeah.
yeah, being like even the occasional, hey, we're still working on it, you know,
That's kind of
because there's
all people
been
want to know.
yeah, literally just make one post being like, yeah, it's still in development,
Hmm.
and everybody will be like, oh, thank God, dude, thank goodness you
It's
said
better
that.
than most Kickstarter games.
Oh man, don't even.
Oh
I
man.
I want to put my game on Kickstarter eventually, but I got to get over this rut I'm in
Yeah.
and create something that could be a Kickstarter game.
Hmm.
Right now it's ass, and I admit that.
I actually do. I mean, as much as I kept talking about dreams dying or whatever, I do feel like there's a game in me somewhere,
Oh yeah.
obviously still, and
Hmm.
I don't know what exactly what's is going to bring it out, but you never know. I haven't exactly closed the door entirely on it. I just sort of am realizing that I have this tendency to go from thing to thing, and I'm on to the other thing right now. So
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
have to be honest with myself about what it is that I'm doing. And when it's not something else, it's not something else. So,
Yeah.
you know,
You
it's
you gotta
there.
wait for it to come to you, you know.
Yeah.
And when you find that thing, you'll know it because it happened to me. I've had hella game ideas. But for some reason, the one I'm working on now is like, um, I want this to be a creation.
Yeah.
So you think of all these ideas and you think of like game development, but when an idea that you'll get the idea one day and you'll be like, that's the one.
Yeah.
You know, the light bulb will click or will turn on in this sense.
Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm onto it a little bit, but it's yeah, no, it's just because
Yeah.
I feel like I've had a little bit more inspiration in regards to things having to do with other people, like other VTubers and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
I feel like making a fan game for somebody else is more the speed that I'm
Oh,
into at the moment. Because it's
yeah.
not something that's like all that common. Obviously, there was a game jam recently, and there have been a couple, but
Hmm.
you know, that isn't like a common thing to happen. So I feel like
Yeah.
if I were to go out of my way to just do that when there's not like a contest or a game jam happening, then
Hmm.
there's more of a chance that it could be something fun for people to
Yeah.
enjoy. And I wouldn't be as much of taking the risk of like, this is a new IP of stuff that has to be really, really good and specific.
Hmm.
It's like, no, it just has to like follow along with something that would be fun for this person to play on stream or something like that. So
Oh yeah.
I feel like
I
that's a
get
good
that.
way to start, at least.
You heard it here first, folks. Ruby Rain game coming.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely just making like a game for you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
one of the bigger people you idolize.
Yeah, no, it's
No, I get that.
definitely. I'm making a whole Splatoon game just for you. Like I'm just gonna rip the whole thing and just put you in it. That's it.
Sweet, dude. That honestly, uh, jokes aside, if I could somehow, mod my Splatoon game to put like a Splatoon, like an Inkling version of me in the game, right? Like one of the Octolings or whatever
Mhm.
they're called. I would do it, bro. That'd
Yeah,
be
that'd be
like,
cool.
but I wouldn't be able to play online, and there's a lot that Nintendo does, and blah blah blah. So
Yeah, Nintendo.
I couldn't, but it would be very cool, and I so would put in the work. Would
Yep.
it suck ass? Yeah, but I don't know how to 3D model.
I do.
Uh,
Did you know that?
True. Yeah, didn't you make your model? Question mark.
No.
You didn't.
I just
thought you-
edited the textures.
Okay.
Yeah, but I did. I've made 2 human models before, and I made a giant golem, and I made a bunch of furniture, and I probably made some fruit or whatever, like just like the class exercises and stuff. But you know, I know my way around the worst program ever, Maya, but I don't know my way about Blender yet. So,
Took one class in a high school.
did you like it?
You know, it was something.
Well, you're not still doing it, so I figured no.
It was cool. Wasn't for me.
Oh, it's cool for sure. I feel like the best thing that it really did for me was teach me anatomy, because I had to sit there and sculpt out every single part of the human body. So it's like, of course I'm going to learn a little bit more of how to draw like curves and stuff, because I'm sitting there making the curves manually. So it gave me a little bit more familiarity with some of that kind of stuff. I do appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just, I think I realized, like, I'm gonna leave this to other people.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't the worst at it.
That's me with programming.
Hey,
I cannot.
I'll take it, man.
I can't do it. I can't get my brain together for it. It's just not possible. It's probably possible, but you know, I'm gonna save myself some time and have somebody that's already good at it do it. How about that?
Yeah, and I definitely could see myself getting good at Blender and modeling and 3D modeling. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Like I found my thing, right?
It's so time consuming as well.
Yeah.
Like there's so much you have to learn for it.
And programming is already that.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things where I didn't like it enough. Like I liked it. It was very cool. But I didn't like it enough to be like, I'm gonna do this in my free time.
Yeah.
Like I did it to get 100s on my projects. I made a castle. It sucked. But I don't see myself ever being like, even if I tried to get good, I couldn't see myself getting good like the people you see that make like VR chat models.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
For like a living. Like, oh no.
Like also, what I would venture to say is there's a degree to which I can sit there and stomach programming for games, but that's just me like following tutorials and stuff. And
that's where I'm at.
Yeah, just seeing what I can do, but I will not understand what I'm doing. And I would like to be able to have skills where I can understand what I'm doing enough to like freestyle and get in there and do stuff myself, like you were saying that you can do with programming. So I can't ever see myself freestyling a program, but I could see myself freestyling a 3D model of some sort of like, you know, going off of a reference or drawings a reference and then going off of that. Like that's all stuff that I could see myself doing again. Not anytime soon because I don't have the time, but even with when I was in music, I was able to do that. When I was more into art, I was able to do random pieces, but yeah, no, it just never really clicked for that. Not for programming.
Yeah, see, I wish I was there for game development, but for some reason it's just not coming to me.
Yeah.
So I'm stuck into, I call it tutorial hell. Everybody calls it tutorial hell in programming.
Yeah.
Where you think you're doing stuff because like you're following these tutorials and you're like actually getting shit done, And while that can work for game design, right? Because there's so many resources out there, and you know somebody's already done what you've wanted to, so you just got to do the searching. You're not actually learning. You're not
Yeah,
actually learning how to do it yourself, right?
it's surface level. Like you
Yeah.
basically, you don't know how to draw a triangle, but you know how to make your
Mhm.
pen fit into a stencil.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of it.
But I'm getting there with like I have a passion for web development. That's what I want to do,
Hmm.
right? And so I'm getting there with that, which is very cool to see, right? I can make a decent website from scratch.
Yeah,
Soon to be even more. I mean, once I learn more JavaScript, I'll be able to do cool, fancy animations and everything.
yeah. That was a class I failed.
Hmm. Really, JavaScript, like web design?
Well, no, Java. I failed a Java class before.
Oh, Java and JavaScript are
Yeah,
different.
they are.
Java is like,
JavaScript was something I never really had to learn. I knew a little bit of
yes,
CSS. Sorry,
yeah.
CSS from very early
Yeah, yeah.
on when I had like a middle school class of doing it. And uh, what was the other one for like?
HTML.
Yeah, HTML. Yeah, HTML and CSS. I knew that a little bit, and I utilized that from when I was on
Mm-hmm.
like DeviantArt and stuff. I would make profiles and stuff.
Oh
I
my goodness.
I still remember the day that they put Eclipse on and destroyed all of that stuff. It made
Yeah.
me so sad,
Mhm.
but it was probably for the best.
Yeah.
I still went off of that website later. Honestly, that's actually the most followers I've ever had on any sort of platform was on there.
Yeah.
But uh, at cost of sanity, so I just didn't go back. So
Yeah,
I
no, I get that. I get
met some nice people. I still remember a verbatim DM I got of like draw woman in quicksand.
that.
So you know,
Draw women in quicksand.
so you know,
Did you ever do
no,
it?
like
Quicksand is a crazy throwback, by the way.
I can't imagine how that
Oh,
came
in
about.
quicksand. No, I was thinking what's that one thing? I don't know. It's a
QuickTime.
sand product. It was a sand product
Oh
back when I was a
the
kid.
oh,
You know what I'm
I know
talking
what you're
about?
talking about. That like
Yeah.
the rainbow stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It was like all different color. Kinetic
Kinetic
sand.
sand.
Kinetic
Yeah,
sand.
I
How
never.
did I think quicksand was kinetic sand? I don't
Oh
know.
well, I mean, quicksand's a whole different thing. Yeah, but ooh,
Little brain fart there, you know.
yeah, I don't know. DeviantArt was a little bit too intense for me. I think
Yeah.
so. It taught me bad habits about uh, valuing your work as an artist as well, because they had this point system where you had to like $1 was like 100 points or something,
Mhm.
but it's a bunch of poor children, so they would get like $1 and think like 100 points was 100,
Yeah.
and so they'd be selling stuff for like 45 points and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and it was just like ugh, it was nasty. It was nasty looking at
Yeah, whenever you
people
put a
selling their art for cents
yeah.
at a time. Like, what is
Mhm.
this? It's so
Yeah.
bad.
No, I get that. That seems like a toxic environment.
It's bad. But, you know, I mean, whatever it was, I guess it raised me into the kind of artist that I am today. So,
Yeah.
whatever that is.
This we've been going a while. I have one more question for you.
Sure.
Obviously, like, you know, I'm interviewing you now. No, but I guess to learn a bit more about you, because you've been talking to me, you've been learning about me. But um, if I, the question is, if you could wake up tomorrow and do anything professionally, successfully, right? Uh, it could be like any career, it could be any play any game for like streaming or whatever, anything professionally for a living, uh, forever. Like, what do you think you would do?
Oh, see, when you say forever, that kind of
Like you can
changes
do
it a
other
little
things.
bit.
You can do other things, but like this is your living.
So
This is
if
how
I
you
had
make your
to,
money.
so let's say maybe, if the caveat is that I could do that but still do other stuff, like, are you saying as if I replaced my day job with this thing?
Yes, like this is it is your career now. You're doing it in a professional sense. Like you're making money and it is your way of supporting yourself. Like you can have other hobbies, right? But this is what you're doing like for the rest of your life to make money.
So
Assuming you always are stable.
I think if I had the option of like, I know we just talked about this earlier of how it would kill me. I think it would be fascinating to be a VTuber as a day job, and then a VTuber as a hobby. Like just be a different one.
Yeah, but also
Like a completely different one. VTuber by day, VTuber by night. Yeah. Like just not even changing that much. I don't know. That'd be stupid because I would not be able to change my voice. I'm sorry. I can't do that.
But like the whole you play one character and do another,
Yeah. But that would be like, impossible.
People would find you and they'd be like, "Wait, you sound like this famous person," and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm not them. I just sound similar."
Yeah, no, it'd be too much of a suspension of disbelief to do both.
Yeah.
So I think I would need to be into my other hobbies a lot more in order to be a professional VTuber and remain sane.
Yeah, most definitely.
So I think if I had to pick a day job that was like sustainable in some sort of fashion, I think it actually would be either music or game development. And I think the only reason is I still want to be able to do so many things.
Yeah.
And this is one of the only things I can even think of that has such a natural vehicle of being able to do so many other things. And I realized that the reason that I wanted to do game design when I was younger is because I wanted to be able to do everything.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one thing. It had to be everything. And that's when I realized that I was insane and I had to pick something. So I picked a few things. And perhaps I'm not the best at all of them, but I'm still able to do my best. And I think that's all that's important. So,
most definitely.
Honestly, even if it's vague, being a game developer as much of a it's as much of a slog as that is. Perhaps the day job of being able to do artwork specifically for game design, that would be nice. Being able to do art as a day job, that is a very difficult position to be in.
Yeah.
But I think I could do that. This is a, it's a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical
where you will always be successful.
Yeah. So if that is the case,
the one thing you choose that day, like tomorrow, you'd be successful in for the rest of your life and do it professionally.
Yeah.
But
so then that's art. Like I think that's it. And even at the threat of what art is currently facing, I think I would still choose to be an artist. Specifically, it'd be very nice to be able to do designs for VTubers, do rigging and okay, maybe not the rigging. That's its own thing. Like that's a science to itself. But being able to design characters for people for a living, I would love that. Honestly, still working towards it, but You
It's a
know,
slow
we'll
process.
see.
Hey, I
It's a
believe in
very slow process, especially being actually successful at it. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think my career would change. I think I would be
Nice.
a game. I don't. I think I would be a game developer
Yeah.
instead of just a general one.
Hmm.
Right now, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I want to do it on the side so that I can be more casual about it
Hmm.
because of I don't want to go work for a company because of all the crunch, and I would genuinely probably hate my life doing it.
Yeah, that is the
There's
problem. I can't really even just say game developer because I know I know too
it is just
much.
a programming thing,
There's no
but
idealization for it in my brain
yeah,
or like
hmm
working for a company because it's so much
yeah.
all the time.
And that's an issue with everything, but you see it especially in crunching for games and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's the
Um,
norm.
but if I knew that every single day I would be successful at it and I would succeed in every game I make, I would do it.
Yeah.
And I know like that takes a there's a whole thing of that takes the fun away from it. But the fun is creating something I'm proud of too. Because with my games, I want to make like games that touch on heavy subjects,
Hmm.
right? And I might not make depressing games, right? I might mask them in a cute way like I'm doing right now, right? Where it's like, oh, you think it's all innocent, but really it's about someone committing suicide, right? And
Hmm.
how to deal with the guilt of that because sometimes you do everything and hey, that's a whole nother story. But just to like wake up and know that hey, I'm making this idea that I'm very passionate about. I'm spreading awareness for this topic that's very taboo and needs to be talked about more.
Hmm.
I don't know, man. I would do that for the rest of my life, and that's what I want to do. Is I want to do that because I want to talk about these subjects that people aren't able to talk about. That's why I'm so transparent in my streaming. That's why I'm so transparent with my community, and that's how I feel like I want to make a difference.
Yeah.
And I've been given this gift, even though I suck at it now. I can understand it, and I can get better,
Hmm.
and work towards spreading that message that needs to be spread. So.
Honestly, I think if you already have the desire to do all of that, you're going to be able to get out of that rut. Even if it's not
Mhm.
just your responsibility though. I understand that you
Yeah.
can't exactly do that alone, but
Hmm.
you're going to get through it.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I think that was my last question. You know,
Hmm. I don't know. Like, what's your drink of choice?
what kind of drink are we talking?
Ah, whatever you want.
Like soda? I'll give you categories. I'll give alcohol since obviously we're of age and can drink in the U.S.
Yeah.
Uh, I give I give two. If we're talking soda, cheer wine. I don't know if you know what cheer wine is.
No, I don't.
It's like a cherry drink. I think it's made here in North Carolina. You'd think it's like our national drink with how much we hype it up because it is just like it's addicting. I don't know why. I love
Hmm.
it. Um, I don't
Yeah,
know
I've
if you
never
get
heard of it.
cherry, but it's. I think it's like in like you might find it in like Georgia or Florida, but then you can also mainly find it in North Carolina. It's
Okay.
very popular here. Um, but for alcoholic beverages, obviously you know I can guzzle down a bottle of wine.
Yes, I do.
You
It seems
we're
like
there
your
for
preferred
me
method.
drinking. I actually very much like I've been into Voodoo IPAs
Oh.
because I like, and that's like the one of like a pretty basic answer, but I don't like getting drunk. I do not like
Yeah.
getting drunk. It's
Yeah.
not fun.
Yeah.
Like it's fun occasionally. Like don't get me wrong, I had fun drinking on the Goose Goose Duck collab. I wouldn't
Hmm.
change that. But like
I imagine
I just
tipsy is
like
probably the aim.
yes, yes. But like I'm 145 pounds. If I drink an IPA, I get it good. For me, I know a lot of people don't like IPAs. Voodoo IPAs have like or Voodoo has like fruitier, like easier to go down
Yeah.
IPAs and still have a lot of taste. And they're like 7 to 9% per can. And so I'm like, I can just sit down, have one, be in a good warm, like have a good warm feeling, not even be tipsy, and just be like, all right, I'm done for the night.
So
Like I
it's
had a
like
good beer.
having a gummy versus having a pill.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, it's like if I want to chill and just like be like, hey, it was a long week. I'm gonna drink a beer. I can
Hmm.
drink a beer, get the effect of drinking like 3 or 4 Bud Lights in one, you know,
Hmm.
and just chill out and be able to be like, hey, I'm good after one.
Yeah.
Obviously, we talked about obsessive personality. I don't want to drink that much because I don't want to,
Yeah.
you know,
You
but I
don't want to get
enjoy like,
like competitive
yeah.
about drinking, huh?
Well, not even competitive. I don't want to get addicted. Like I don't want to be
Yeah.
alcoholic because I fear that I do have an addictive personality. I don't
Hmm.
uh, and I don't necessarily want to test it to find out. Um,
Yeah. No smoking or
but I
anything like that.
oh no 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 no.
Yeah.
My
That's
father
probably for
also
the
smoked,
best.
so I stay away from all of that.
Good.
Um, it's just not it's not me. But I'll have the occasional drink. I'll get shit faced every now and then. But
Hmm.
typically I know uh, the downsides of that. So I just like watching other people be stupid when they're drunk, and I'll keep like a nice, like warm feeling in my chest, you
Yeah.
know. So that's a nice way to do it. So that's why I like IPAs because I think uh, they got a much more flavor than a lot of beer.
Yeah.
If you can find the right IPA
If you're gonna
and
drink
get that
something,
IPA,
you might as well make
yeah.
it fun, right?
hmm So
And not just take it like
uh,
medicine.
yeah.
All right.
So
My
that's
actual
my
last question though is what's some good news you can share?
dude. I've commissioned my model. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be alive, right? I just uh I just chose the I think I was telling you before this. I just chose this color scheme
Mm-hmm.
um for a new outfit. I'm gonna have 2 outfits. I'm not getting rid of this one. I'm gonna have this one,
Mm-hmm.
obviously the one my PNG has now. But then I didn't want it my debut to just be like, oh hey, it's me, but
Same outfit.
model. Yeah.
It's me, but
Uh
moving.
yeah. So I have a bunch of cool toggles for that. One really cool one that I am excited about, and then just a new outfit, some
Yeah.
some fresh stuff. So I'm very excited. I think it's a cool design, and everybody that's has seen it, the few people that have, say it looks really good. So
Well, that means one thing, obviously.
hmm
You're going to have to show me.
I got you.
But
Hold
not
on.
now.
Yeah,
Because
I'll do it.
this episode. Uh, wait. Hold on.
Setting the
Add
record.
one more thing to say.
Uh,
Thank you for being on.
of course,
We'll do a part 2
we'll have to.
where we answer the questions for 30 minutes and then I leave really, really rudely. We'll just speed run the rest of the questions.
Yeah,
It'll be
sounds
great.
good. Sounds good.
Yeah, because honestly, there's no way that we're going to be able to talk for 5 hours, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no,
No,
that'd be
obviously,
crazy.
who would ever do that?
Yeah, no.
Us talking complete opposite people, talking for 5 hours and actually very like enjoying each other's company. That would never happen.
Yeah, no, I don't really think so. But
For
if
real.
you find anybody like that, you let me know and maybe I'll get them on the
Yeah.
podcast.
Yeah, of course. Definitely.
Mhm. So, do you want to say goodbye to your chat or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I will. But do you do an outro to these things, or like do you do that after, or how are we gonna
Oh,
wrap
I
that
mean,
up?
you can plug yourself if you want.
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, my name is Ruby Rain. I know it sounds like a porn star name. You don't have to tell me. It is alliteration.
Mm-hmm.
I stream a lot of Splatoon. I stream it on Monday, Tuesday. I do half of a Splatoon stream on Thursday, and then I do half a variety stream as well that day. So it's a little split. And then I do a variety stream on Friday. I stream a lot of games. I do whatever I want to.
Mm-hmm.
But I mainly do Splatoon because I love that game. Uh, Trying to build a safe space for a lot of people because that's something I desperately am in need of, and I know that a lot of people need that as well. So, if you want good vibes and just an interactive streamer that has a pretty idiotic laugh.
Well, I was gonna say cute, but all right.
Oh man, it's just like, I don't know, a chill vibe, I guess. You can drop me a follow. I would appreciate it. So I'm very
Mhm.
close to 2.7K. I don't know how many away, but very close.
Well, by the time
Uh,
of the release of this episode, it will have surpassed that. So congratulations.
yeah, woo, we'll hope.
Hmm. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.